All right, folks. Who's interested in doing a recap for this session?
I don't know that this will be valuable, but I think it will be entertaining. I'm more than happy to read my notes verbatim.
Oh,
Yes,
please.
yes.
I need that.
Colonel Murtaugh, leader of Waterdeep forces, underlings, Captain Riverborn, Lieutenant Firewig, something about a luckstone and a wand of switcheroo. Then it just says fuck, right? Then there's lots of numbers, right? In one column that goes incredibly long, which is clearly the dragon. At some point, the numbers reach 300, and it says, "What the fuck?"
Oh.
And then it says, "Bubble Lady, Morwen Daggerford," and those are my notes.
Okay.
That's about.
I think that summarizes everything pretty well.
We'll fill in the gaps. First, we got watched by squirrels for a couple hours, and then slowly funneled towards the camp because they had like a satyr as a general. And then we did some flying over a cliffside, and then we ODST'd in onto where the dragon hole was. And he monologued, and we thought we had it. And then he got big, and then it didn't go well for us.
I have a very important thought. The dragon hole is a gay dragon bar. Continue. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna say.
Is somebody writing that
good.
down? Is somebody writing that down?
I'm writing that in my notes for this game right now.
I feel like that's crucial.
All of us are just taking notes right now.
Everybody's scribbling down like
dragon hole save. All right, that is saved into my phone. And be prepared to find that in Waterdeep, I guess. Anyway.
Is it the dragon hole or the dragon's hole?
Dragon hole.
Dragon hole.
I mean, it's a little bit less like lurid, I guess.
In your face.
Dragon hole.
Making it possessive does turn it into a brothel, I think.
It's fair. Then, like, rather than a cabaret or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Could it be a drag bar? Oh my god, it has to be.
Of course it's a drag bar.
It has to be.
So, Doug, an important detail about this is that halfway through the fight, we realized this was not an adult green dragon. This was an ancient green dragon.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Okay, right. You took a little listen to it. That's right.
Yeah. Sarah was like, "That was your guys' dumb assumption." Yeah.
It was our dumb assumption. Why did you trust my nature check? I don't know shit about nature.
Look, I'm the only one that can claim true ignorance.
I don't even remember how good that check was. It was more of
it was like
it was like mediocre at best, but also like there comes a point by scale and all, like unless you know about dragons, it's just a big dragon.
Right. Basically, unless Oryx is the one who did the check, it wouldn't matter what the number was. We were all out of our depth.
I mean, even Oryx's
it's a
actual
dragon. It looks grown.
Yeah, Oryx's experience is with an adult dragon, right? Like
young adult.
Yeah, and then the Dracolich, which when it was alive would have had to have been an ancient dragon, but that doesn't mean anything really because it was dead.
It was also big.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or rather, it was also a skeleton, so you can't really gauge what that skin looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as the fight goes, the main thing that happened as far as plot beat is that orcs went down, I think, twice, and each time, like, the spirit... 3 times? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spirits of kobolds, far and wide spoke to you. And then the 3rd time, you had your anime power-up. Well, the 3rd time, you also got smacked in the chest by a dragon's tail.
The 3rd time, Oryx fully died for a moment. Yeah.
Which is, that's just an A+ move. This is very much... What is that guy? Do you know that guy?
Jesus?
Jesus?
Jesus? Are we talking about Jesus?
I'm
not
talking about the first comparison.
Oh, the first emperor.
The first emperor in Warhammer had an exact moment like this.
I was about to say, you're trying to go with his name. You mean just the emperor?
The emperor, well... the God Emperor of mankind, obviously. But
Yeah.
he has a name like Sigmund or something.
Something stupid.
That's-
Sigismund is.
Aggressively German.
Wow.
I thought Sigismund was one of his generals, like one of the human generals.
Yeah, they all blend together for me.
But yeah, then Arx basically pinned, I think with her pickaxe, the dragon in the head, like slammed it to the ground. And then we floated up on out of there with the ex-Duke, who is, I think the other relevant thing is that I rolled a pretty decent medicine check to show that she should be dead, but that she's being like kept alive, basically. Like she is well past the point of like starvation and etc.
Yeah, basically. Or like was it at was kept in that point, yeah. So yeah, folks. Oh, I might as well drop the Duke's token.
Oh yeah. Just make it like sepia toned.
And then roll initiative. She's really mad.
Fuck, where is she? Oh, there she is. Ta-da! Here she is. All right, folks. So you guys are overlooking the what is about to be the second desolation of Zix. As Pete is scrambling up the long side of the mountain to catch up with you guys at the overlook. He himself is looking rather battered, mostly fine. He's a very skilled shieldsman, and was able to keep himself in relative security. In this time, he has been working alongside other healers and war clerics and such down in the city. And now that the fighting is mostly resolved, the battle is over. He's on his way to find you all. So you are all together now. Do you want to say anything, Pete, before you get going, or are you just happy to be here?
Boy Preacher!
Little column A, little column B.
You missed the dragon fight.
I'm sorry, there was like a... There's a dragon?
Orcs killed her third dragon.
There's a dragon?
What?
Is the battle for Zix over? Should we go down? Also, Duke Daggerford, this is our other companion.
Oh, she's fully unconscious.
Oh, I thought this was after the rest. My bad.
Oh no,
yes.
She is not waking up unless you wake her. She has not been able to sleep in 10 years.
So she went to sleep. She's not like unconscious or anything like.
Correct.
Boy Preacher, we found the ex-Duke inside of a magical bubble. The damsel.
Oh, wow. That tied up kind of nicely, didn't it?
Yes.
Zira kind of just blows out her cheeks and just walks away from that.
How goes it on the other front, Pete?
The fight. Sarah, I'm just guessing here, but
Go for it. Yeah.
The fighting's pretty much done. Everyone's just kind of collecting everything up. Everyone's okay, for the most part. Not everyone made it out.
And you okay?
Oh yeah, no. Thanks. I'm fine.
You seem frazzled.
It's like there was a wall and I can't fly today, so scaling that was really hard. And there was a hill, and this armor is not getting any lighter.
What do you mean today?
What?
You said you can't fly today.
Oh, in the past I've been able to fly. It's just I guess I didn't have it ready.
Oh, this okay. The spell, yes. That
Yeah.
makes very much sense.
Sometimes I have to ask Lathander for specific things, and and I didn't think I'd need it. And wow, is that a mistake?
Oryx now has a wingspan of about 6 feet.
Wow,
But like
that's new.
tucked up right now.
Yeah.
Can't see them at all.
Oh yeah, I mean it's not like they're hidden or anything. Just
Okay.
Should we go
not stretched
search
out.
for other prisoners?
Ah, shit. That's right. Fuck.
What?
Zero. There's. The money. There's like 2,500 gold worth of something down there, and it's probably burnt. Hopefully it was in the keep. But prisoners are fine too.
Yes, we must save lives.
Yep.
How's
More
everyone?
important than money.
If we shouldn't leave Duke Daggerford here. We should bring her with us if she's ready to travel.
She is very fragile.
I mean,
I
you
think
can
she
just...
will recover better under the care of doctor healers than here on this mountainside.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Well, Art, do you have the Featherfall spell available to you?
I believe I still have it prepared, yes. That's Ted, not Oryx.
Well, shall we descend the way we descended prior to the fight?
I do not have it prepared because Faye cast it last time.
Right.
Faye, do you have the ability to allow us to descend the way we descended before the fight?
Yep.
Well, shall we go?
Yep.
Okay.
All right, Pete, on the count of 3, jump.
Okay.
Vala, will you take the Duke?
A moment. Valor will reach down and very carefully pick the Duke.
She begins to wake up, but she's so unwell that she can't she can't stay awake.
Yeah. Essentially, Valor will cradle the Duke very carefully.
And you all throw yourselves over the cliff. You drift down back into the. I'm assuming someone casts Featherfall, and you all drop.
I mean, if they don't, I'm fine. I just turn into a bird and
that's my last spell slot, baby. Well, I guess I have second level spell slots.
You all drift down back into the keep and can begin exploration. How would you like to proceed? The space that you're in is, again, this very large chamber. There is a single... Well, there's the main the main exit through which the passage, I should say, that the dragon had come through. There's also a passage that goes off to the left a little ways. But beyond that, you'd have to, look around to see more.
Any doors to, dungeons or any sort of indoors areas of the keeps?
Let's do it this way. We'll have, if you're looking for something specific, we'll do specific checks for it. For this, I could let you do perception or investigation.
Will do.
And for, major features, lower DCs, naturally. Okay. There is less of a dungeon space. It would appear that any prisoners or anything might have been kept in a jailhouse outside of the keep, or outside of the stronghold itself, out in the city. So there wouldn't be any. There's no other folks here. It would appear that Morwen would have been the only prisoner that was being kept here in that mobile space she was in.
Great. And the passage to the left, not the one that the dragon came out of, but the other one.
Okay. That direction you can find more private chambers. What is Zira? Is Zira looking for the money?
Zira is not. I don't know. I feel like it was pretty hammered home that it was 25k in wealth. So, yeah, if there's a lockbox or something, definitely that. But also keeping an eye out for like I don't know, like magic items or like
Right.
staves, chalices, treasure. You know this stuff.
Yeah.
Dragon horde shit.
Okay. Dragon horde shit.
All right. So there's no explicit, what I would call like a horde necessarily, but let's get anyone who is interested in finding things, investigation or perception checks. Wow, Pete.
Right?
Okay.
Am I doing another one, or was that the first one?
You can make another one. I'll let you do that.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We'll do it this way. Faye, particularly with your new vision, it is a little bit easier for you to dig around in this place that is not lit. It is dark, beyond the chamber that you are in that has sunlight coming through it. It is dark, but you can see very well now, and you can find what are you going to be getting? A small golden amulet that has a carving that is carved in the likeness of the what's the word of the cosmological circle. You can also find a wand that is painted from one end red to orange. Pete, you locate, and this is actually spread throughout the keep. Pete, you locate a very large and immaculately carved throwing hammer, made of a very, very heavy steel. Oh, hi, Miles. As well as, sorry, he's very excited that he got to sneak in here and say hi. And let's see, a bottle stopper cork that is embossed with gold leaf and set with some amethysts. Razik, you find a very familiar item to you. It is an iron wrought circlet that it looks like hammered. You recognize it as identical to the circle of the bond that you found in Lork.
Mm-hmm.
As well as a... Oh, hold on. He snuck in and then was mad he locked himself inside.
That's some cat behavior. Just did a cat.
As well as a set of combs, like hair combs, that are made of a rose gold and all are crafted to look like dragons, with red garnets set as the eyes. And let's see, Zira, there is a brooch that is shaped like a beetle that you find that is made of a blend of very beautifully pigmented metal. Let me see if I've got everything. Yeah, okay. And then, Valor, you can locate a cloak that is made of a very thick black fur pelt that has long tentacle tails hanging from it as well. I think that is everything. And not all of those things are specific to each of you guys,
Yeah.
but that's what you got based on your investigations.
Valor will just wrap the Duke up in it. I think it's occurred to Valor to put it on or anything. This is just one more thing to like cover the Duke up.
Okay.
Razik is going to approach the corpse of the dragon and would like to begin a salvage operation to try and get some scales, some bones that are on the small side, at least relative to the other dragon bones, as well as some ligaments and/or tendons.
Would I have any reason to know if any of the more, meaty, delicate parts should be spared in this salvage operation? For whatever reason? Be it that they are dangerous or...
Roll me insight. Roll me insight, and let me get a survival check from Razik.
Oh, well, that's not great.
Okay. So, Faye, you know from some experience and discussion with Rosari some time ago that there are some materials within the dragon that would be considered more theoretically dangerous, but the removal of the, and this is the one bit that you can recall, the removal of the gland over the heart that makes a dragon magic basically removes any threat that the rest of the body possibly could really have, except for as far as threat goes. Scales can be harvested and used, and that's just going to happen, but that's not really dangerous per se.
Okay. I'm going to openly point that out to Razik.
All right. And a 19 survival Razik lets you get everything that you would like to get, especially in the mass of this dragon. Anything that you might slip up and make a mistake on, there is more to be had.
Great.
The one thing that if you're trying to retrieve the Draconis Fundamentum, if you mess that up, then that is gone.
No, I'm not. Razik doesn't have any interest in that.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but that would if that happened to be something you want, or if someone tells you they want that, that would require a separate check.
Right. If somebody tells me they want it, Razik's going to get it, but Razik doesn't care.
Yes.
I don't remember why it's important, correct? Aside from the fact that it makes the dragon magic?
I would say with a 12, yeah.
Okay, great. Then I don't think I want it? Well, maybe I do. I think I want it. I think I want it anyway, even though I don't understand. Possibly because I don't understand what it does.
What's that, Faye? Well?
I point out the thing I want.
It's this gland that sets above the heart and excretes what if you mess with it, you find out to be the magical venom into the blood of the dragon.
Okay, hold on one second. And Razik takes his couple bags off and unwraps the scarf, does 3 or 4 counterclockwise turns of the scarf from around his neck and hands it to Faye. Hold on to this, please. And Razik's diving in.
All right, let me get another survival check from you. Okay. For the sake of safety, you cut long, more or less. You cut around the whole organ and the heart and everything, which ends up being a very large, meaty piece. About, I'm gonna say that's got to be at least a couple feet at its minimum. And you would be, with the 17, a little concerned that if you cut anything else off, then you might break the fundamentum, which would then render it useless.
Okay, I think this is it. Oh, my back.
Yeah, it's heavy.
All right. How big this thing?
Couple feet. Well, like the slice, the piece of meat that has been brought to you that is still dropping like like pints and pints of blood as it is deflating more or less, is the heart as well as the gland. And that is, it's gotta be like 50 pounds kind of
Giant.
deal. Yeah.
Okay. Is this thing fitting in my bag? I don't know how the dimensions.
Dimensions of bag or dimensions of thing?
Both. I'm actually not quite. I'm not well versed on the. Here, I'll look up what the bag is. But
Yeah,
how
I'm
big is it?
generous with the bag, but I am curious because my big rule with the bag, I'm super lax with the carry weight as long as it can fit inside the mouth of the bag. So if you could get that for me, because I know that's part of it.
It can hold 8 cubic feet or 80 pounds of material. Largest pouch.
Is that that's the haversack, right?
Yeah, the haversack doesn't specify the width of the aperture, unlike the bag of holding does.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's just 8 cubic feet or 80 pounds of material.
Okay.
That's the limitation.
Okay. If you were to, I will say, if you empty the haversack, like of the major pocket, then you could put that in here and maybe put some of your stuff back.
That was the plan. I think I'm not going to put any of my stuff back in with the heart.
Okay.
I don't have much carry, actually.
All right.
So, do we reconvene in the central chamber, I assume? Where the
Yeah.
dragon body is?
Yeah, let's put you all back. You can all be back in the same room.
Yeah. I think, yeah, Valor, when we get there, like, holds the Duke up wrapped in the cloak, says, I found a cloak!
Very nice.
I do not know what it is. It has strange parts.
Oh, we'll probably be going through kind of like a cavalcade of people handing off things to me later. So if you just want to join that party at some later time.
Yes. I will leave the ex-Duke wrapped in it for now.
This is probably a good plan. I would also like to... I'd like to do my best to start doing what I would approximate as prayer.
Okay. What is your approximation of prayer?
That's a good question. I think I sit down in a meditative position and then just reach out, like try to empty my thoughts, and then reach out to the Raven Queen. First for advice, and then as an offering, whatever she will make use of from this kill that we have not already taken.
Okay. And
my job is to straddle the lines between life and death, and I'm not sure what that means yet. So every time something dies or I ensue life in something,
yes,
I'm gonna try to pray.
That's fair. Okay. All right. And what is, so that's your intention, but is there anything that like you set purposefully forth as what you would think is your as offering?
Something specific? I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know what she wants because Zira did a bad job of explaining it.
Zira just doesn't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Let's get a charisma check from you.
Sure.
All right.
I'm gonna use my reaction to add 5 to that.
Okay. You have 5 of those a day, right?
Yeah, I'm down to 1.
Okay. I think I happened to play an artificer the other day, and I hadn't realized that there is a limit to those, and I assumed that you'd been working with that limit, but I just hadn't noticed.
I have been. 5 is a lot a day.
Five actually is a lot.
It's so many.
Yeah. Anyway,
There's
yeah,
no
and
way I want more than 5 rolls a day to succeed enough to use my reaction on them.
okay. So then with a 16, you're quiet, you're still, you are listening with an open mind and pressing forth a question into darkness. And that inquiry is not answered in a way that you can verbally extract. More of a visualization of the body of the dragon falling apart on its own, but almost in a very pixelated, like graphic way. Like it just dismantles on its own and falls not down, does not float up, it just falls outward. Yeah.
Huh. I, as a person, am trying to extract meaning from that, and I
Good.
can't find one.
Good.
I think this means I just leave it where it lies, and it'll do the work by itself.
Welcome to the Raven Queen.
Whatever has happened is set in motion already. I think is what I'm supposed to extract from this. Either that, or she wants me to take it apart, and I hope it's not the second one.
While that is going on, Razik will walk over to Oryx. He does a double take at Faye doing what Razik interprets as some sort of religious ceremony, and he just sort of actively ignores it. Oryx, just in case there was any question that the events here are connected to larger things, I did find this, and he presents the iron wrought circlet.
Oryx is standing in front of the dragon's head, just sort of staring at it, and it takes her a few seconds to look up and answer, and she will just take the circlet and she will put it on.
Okay. Oh, I might have to look up what that save is again. Give me a moment.
I don't think Oryx ever put on the other one, so I completely forgot that there was a save involved, but that's fine.
Oh. Ooh.
This is about to go real bad.
Yeah, none of those are good sounds.
Well,
Right?
well, okay. I'm gonna share the mechanics with you guys. I very rarely do that kind of thing, but I'm gonna share this with you.
He's a saint.
It's a wisdom save for frighten, and if you fail by 5 or more, you're paralyzed for a minute.
Oh.
But you are immune to fear.
Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
Did she just auto pass?
Yeah.
What a killer. Just
Like-
put that thing on and be like,
Right.
who the fuck is this?
Right, just put it on and be like, yeah, no, that's not going to work. Start
Like-
answering questions.
That's so fucking
Like,
cool.
is she capable of like feeling that the fear is trying? Like, she can like feel the fear try and just dismisses it.
I will let that be an interpretation for Ted.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I assume that she can, like any other kind of immunity, you can sort of tell that it's there. It's just doesn't do anything. Like, she can feel something is trying to reach into the, you know, the very basic part of the brain where fear would normally be, and it just finds nothing.
Okay. I don't remember if you were there for that first thing. All right.
I was there when we found the circlet in Lork, but I never put it on. I think Raceris did.
Raceris did.
Yeah.
Yeah, Raceris did. He made the save and immediately took it off.
Yeah, he said like 2 things to whoever was on the other end, and then just took it off. And then we have never touched it ever since. So that's the only reason she knows to put it on in the first place, is she saw the other one being used.
Yeah. Sorry, now I'm trying to decide if we should go to Whisper, but I don't think we will because Razik is right here and anything you... Oh, hold on, I gotta remember, is it... Nope, that's right, it's... Yeah, okay. No, we're gonna go to Whisper. So give me 1 second.
All right, June.
I have no frame of reference.
I am asking you, player to player, what the fuck do you think that meant?
Nothing. Dude, I have literally out of character asked what my first religious experience in this game meant, and I did not get a real answer, and she was explaining it to me like what she meant. So I can't help you here.
Welcome
friend.
to religion.
I mean, yeah, I say welcome to the Raven Queen, but also this goes for apparently Shanti, the most chill, gosh darn present goddess with mortals.
Is it just that all like religious experiences are subjective? Like, doesn't really matter on the deity. It's just filtered through a different lens for each individual.
Sure, kind of.
It's like clearly Doug is just a fucking straight lens. Sorry, Pete rather.
Yeah, see, I feel like there are a few people who like get interpretations and others just get directions. And I got interpretations. With the Raven Queen, I haven't gotten anything because apparently I'm doing such a great job. But yeah, no, I don't know what to interpret that as. I could always just Hunger of Hadar and like see if that works. Open a little rift. Get it all dissolved in there.
Yeah, sure.
I just need to like ask you, would you mind if I asked you what you were doing?
I feel like I'm going to approach you with this question in character, which is why I wanted to ask you out of character while we had time.
Give you some prep time to consider.
Yeah, I just didn't want to blindside you.
Sure. No worries. You get spell slots after a short rest, correct?
I don't.
No, I do.
You do. Yes.
The fucking
Has the topic of your deity come up in I assume Pete has weighed in on this at some point.
Yes, he has opinions.
Okay. Just curious.
It's just Pete is not an individual who is like angry
Smite the
about
Wicked.
this kind of thing. Yeah, he's more of like a high roader, like a holier than thou 50-year-old woman.
Just a good boy.
Yeah, it's actually really funny because I was super happy hearing that because I'm like, oh no, I'm so wicked. I need so much saving, Pete. You just need to help me all the time. Like, I'm just the most wicked. Ugh, what a bummer. I guess I need a lot of help. Wink to camera.
Yeah, no, he's not judgy, but he just he's
judgy, but he's just not fucking malicious.
He's been raised to think he's better than you.
Right.
Like, in a religious sense, like, Zyra's relationship with her deity is it seems very contractually based, which makes sense. Like, Pete's just overflowing with, like, divine... Pete is a vessel, and then the divine just filled all the way up and is spilling out constantly.
That's
like...
Yeah, the fun part about that, though, is my relationship isn't contractual.
It's
and
a one-sided contract that you didn't read.
I guess, kind of.
It was
more
a
in my
contract with no
favor.
words on it.
Yeah. It was like a
Essentially-
feeling I just reached out for and was like, oh yeah, cool. Fuck yes, I can pursue this. This is
iTunes
great.
terms of service.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's like if iTunes terms of service was written in invisible ink. You had no way to read it.
It's the
agreed
terms
to
of service.
something.
Every once in a
it's
while,
the
you get a
terms of
message
service
in
that links
Wingding.
to a PDF.
Yeah.
Like bi-weekly, you get an email that's just like 120 characters of Wingdings.
No, not even that.
No.
I wish I got that. I wish I got that so I could try and decode it. I don't
Zero
get shit.
Zero doesn't get shit, and apparently our
I've-
running theory, both with the DM and with the players, is that it's just because Zero's already doing a great job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the only thing I could think of because
Management leaves her alone.
yeah. Welcome back. Is Oryx still alive?
Yeah.
Kill her twice in one day.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Right. Hope you enjoyed those 3 hours of being a saint.
Bye-bye.
Well, I mean, we all know what happens to Saints in the end, so...
Yeah.
Martyrdom. Martyrdom.
All right, Razik, you saw Oryx put the circlet on her head, and her vision darken only a little. Her eyes still glow, not as intensely as they did before, but that light dims even more for maybe 30 seconds before she reaches up and takes the circlet off. Her eyes return to focus and brightness.
What was that?
Oryx bends down so that she is level with the eye of the green dragon, Corlax. Yeah. Corlax. We'll just shorten it
Yeah.
to Corlax.
There you go.
And in Draconics, I think the only one that actually understands it is Razik. Lost someone. Okay.
Oops, sorry.
She will pull the band of mind shielding off, put it on the ground in front of his face, and say in Draconic, when you get to your queen, you tell her I'm not afraid anymore. She will hand the band, or the other, not the ring, but the headband back to Razik. We were right. It's Decanter.
It is nice to be right, but that is not good news.
There were 7. The headband takes you to a strange, probably not a real place. There were 7 doorways, not real ones, obviously, but I think each one is linked to a headband.
Razik's nodding like he completely understands what Oryx is talking about.
We have 2 of these headbands, which means there should be 5 more. One may have been at the Hags in Waterdeep, and we just didn't see it before we had to leave. We should check back in Daggerford when we take the Duke back. If she had one, then the link between Grast and Decanter is got a little more strength to it.
Wait, so the headband link between Grast and Decanter.
No, I don't know if Grast is linked there, but there was a link between... Who was it that we got the headband from in Lork?
It was one of like the Knoll priests.
The Null Packmaster.
Packmaster.
Yeah, Oryx was trying to think of a specific person and compare it to the list of known Decanter allies. Because she was thinking list of allies, there's 7 of them, plus the 7 headbands, but that doesn't make sense because none of those people were there. Oh well. Meh. There goes that theory.
Oryx, would you make me an Arcana check?
24.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just give you a little help. There is the natural inclination and a not altogether inaccurate assumption that anyone who is connected to Decanter might have one of these, and that's a very safe assumption. Another connecting point is that Rary's telepathic bond has the ability to communicate, to link up to 8 creatures at a time. So that 8 could be arbitrary, but it also very much could be what you just assumed, connected to each particular ally. Yep.
Is there any chance that the dragon you killed in the Grey Peaks had one of these?
He might have. If it's possible the rest of the Centurions found it. I didn't think about that. Well, we can always check. We were going to go there. My original reason to go there is I don't need to go there for that anymore, but we can go there and check.
Well, I have reason to believe that Deca might be in some trouble, and so if you no longer have a pressing need to get to the Grey Peaks, I would very much like to try and figure out whether or not she and Sprite Pepsi have arrived in Waterdeep, or if they are in need of some assistance.
Absolutely. Let's find the others.
Yes.
We should meet with the Colonel, and then if they don't need us here, we can head back through Zix straight to Waterdeep.
Yes.
Or straight to
Daggerford.
Yeah, we sent Daggerford. We're in Zix. Straight through Daggerford to Waterdeep. To wherever we were sending them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyone else doing anything in this space? Zira, anything specific for you?
No, just standing around, mostly watching what everyone else is doing from afar.
I was going to approach Zira about my vision.
Okay.
Just to see if there is any insight she can provide to me. So I just walk up and I'm like, hey, I just had kind of like a religious experience, and I don't know, I'm new to this.
Zira kind of steps like an arm's distance away from Faye. And says, "Oh,
Your arm or
that's
my arm?
interesting." my arm.
Okay.
So, there's like 5 feet between us.
Your arms are canonically 5 feet long. Go on.
No, yeah. And what was it?
So I did a prayer thing, trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do. I mean, I know kind of, I was given some amount of guidance as to what my specific power is, but not necessarily the duties that come with that. So
Right. Get to it. What was the vision?
I was trying to figure out if I should do something with this dead thing. Like an
Like a
offering, maybe.
sacrifice?
Yeah, something to that effect. And what I got was a vision of it falling apart naturally, but unnaturally, on its own, but not in a natural way, and being moved in all directions, but not flung and not falling, but kind of disassembled and scattered. Does that mean anything to you?
Not really, but I mean, I'm all for trying to offer this thing to the Raven Queen. The difficult part is getting it there. Right? Unless you can travel, like...
Sorry, between planes?
Yes, between planes. I don't know.
No. That's very difficult to do. People study their entire lives and never figure out how to do it.
Zira thinks for a second and then looks around. Is anybody else doing anything with the dragon corpse?
This is Arix and Razak are near it, but it has still been pulled apart a little bit by Razak.
Right. So as long as everyone's clear of it, I guess, I'm going to try and I'm going to first ask Faye and say, well, I've gotten something new that I can do. I think it might be a rip in space? A small one. Maybe it can do what your vision said. I mean, it doesn't hurt to try, right?
It's really hard to verbalize what I saw, but I think you understand, right?
Like, kind of. I haven't gotten anything like it. Well, nothing ventured, right?
No, I agree, yeah.
And if everyone's clear of the dragon corpse, Zira is going to cast Hunger of Hadar on it, concentrating really hard to really get that whole entire thing in there. Like a black sort of sphere of swirling.
All right, you
nastiness.
hear the noises as described in the spell, the cacophonous whispers, the distant screams of human figures, of creatures that can scream and are capable of expressing their pain, shouting out in this in a space so far from you still, but is still piercing and terrifying, as there is crunching and pulling and cracking as the body of the dragon is collapsed and pulled nearly inside out and then into this sphere and held, and it is so dark that you can't see where it is going. And then there is very little remaining, mostly just a splattering of blood from its what's the word? I guess the word would be autopsy and its murder.
As soon as Faye and I see it go beyond the magical darkness and disappear into something
sorry.
even deeper.
I was muted. As it was being pulled, I'd like to make it whole again by chucking that part I took from it that makes it magic back in. That seems like it'd probably be important.
Okay.
I don't know if it is, but I don't want to fuck this up. It's my first day on the job. Better say sorry.
When Faye chucks the heart back in, Razik just stares at her.
I stare back as if this was my intention all along, even though it was absolutely not.
Make a performance check, Faye.
I'm fantastic at these. 9.
Brava! Brava!
Razik nods and goes about his business.
So after that happens, Zero will end concentration and close that off. Whew. That was actually a lot better than I thought it would be.
I kind of expected that to do nothing.
Yeah, no, me too. Holy shit.
Well, I think we did it. Whatever it is.
Whatever it is, something happened, and I'm personally pretty hyped about that. That's great.
We apparently make a good team. I think.
It was mostly you, but thank you.
Sorry, how is it mostly me?
I don't know. You had the idea.
You ripped a tear between worlds to suck a dragon through, and I had the idea. You can't see how this is at least kind of like a 50-50 situation?
50-50. I like that.
I hold out my hand for a handshake.
Zero shakes your hand.
I don't know how to be religious, so I'm just gonna treat it like a business.
And there it is!
Zero looks off into the distance a little bit and says, yeah, I mean, it's worked out for me so far, I think.
All right. So we're not acolytes. We're co-workers.
Yeah, kind of. I don't know.
Cool.
I think the imp said something about, like, a hierarchy? Sounded very business-like to me.
Valor
also have hierarchies.
Valor on the other side of the courtyard has been holding the Duke with the music box in one hand, just slowly playing, and their head is all the way around backwards watching, and you guys try to talk about what you are, you hear them shout out, "Associates!" Congratulations!
Yeah, well...
Thanks.
The head slowly turns back around to face the right way.
Faye looks at Zira with an uncomfortable look as if to say, that did just happen, right? But says nothing.
Which part? Valor calling us associates or the dragon being sucked into the fell? All of it?
I point at
Are
Valor.
you asking about all of it?
I point at Valor.
Oh, yeah, no, that happened.
I didn't ask that question out loud. It was just it was a face I made. Point at Valor.
Yeah, and? He's happy for us. Come on.
I am happy for you!
See,
Head slowly turns
wrong
back
with
around.
it. Anyways, let's reconvene with the group.
Yeah, let's.
I mean, Oryx and Razik are not far away. This did happen in front of Everybody did see this happen.
We're all just casually watching it, yeah.
Yeah, what? Am I gonna cast that secretly?
Imagine how
think so.
sinister it looked while the music box softly played.
You know what? You know what I love about it is the very clear mental image of this thing being pulled like through a vacuum tube, like its whole skeleton collapsing on itself. It's being pulled through this portal, and the portal closing, and everyone just frozen, silent.
A collective, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that's a thing that just happened.
I also love how. Oh my gosh.
Yes. I'm gonna listen to this video for the 8th time in the week.
Can that please? Oh my God! Can that please be the sound the music box makes?
Sure, Bonnie
Holy
Tyler's holding
shit.
out for hero. Of course it can
Yes.
be.
Oh my God!
That's actually very good for Valor.
Yes, this is like Valor's just humming along to it.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Oh, thanks, Adam.
You're welcome. I tried.
So good.
Okay. What now, folks?
That's a great
Alright.
question.
We should find the Colonel. See how that went.
That's a good point.
Yes.
And
Oh.
then back to Zix, then Waterdeep, correct?
We will see.
Right.
Doug, are you back? I don't think you're back. Doug, Pete would be able to report that the Duke is dead, or not the Duke, the Colonel. My apologies. Whoops, the
Alright.
Colonel is dead.
Who is currently in command then?
Riverborn, the elf.
The elf. Great. We're gonna go talk to them then.
Yeah. Okay, so you guys can actually leave through the front gates of the keep, which you can.
Walk across that big field.
Yeah. Okay. So like the keep, the building that you're currently in, you can just walk out the front door into the city. You can see from where you were that the main gates had been opened, which you would not have seen from where you had been where you had woken up and entered from. But those gates are open, and there are not many survivors from the Army of Waterdeep, and not many of them are near the keep as it is. It looks like maybe a quarter are in good health, and maybe a quarter of the original, about 100, are in fair health, and then what amounts to less than half are still alive, and that other that other 20 or some are in very bad condition. As Yuanti, as you experienced, are very capable and dangerous, lethal, poisonous fighters, and these were just mostly human and human adjacent folk who took this really badly. There's maybe 40 some folks still standing.
I'm gonna pass. I have troll antitoxin, which I'm going to give to the healers. I'm not sure if there's anyone currently afflicted with troll toxin, but I'm sure it's not good for them if it is. If they are.
Yeah, sure, you can absolutely do that, and that can assist. No problem. Riverborn, the elf, is himself incredibly badly wounded. He's still able to stand and move, but he was just a mage and got a lot of that troll venom, it has just marred his body. But he is making good rounds with those who are surviving, and instructing those who can make it to head back towards camp. Satyr, Fearwig, is still alive as well. Maybe it looks like maybe their arm is broken, but otherwise is fine, is healing alongside Riverborn. The two of them are working together. And what would you like to say?
Fayla Garrick reporting.
And how did it go? I assume since you're alive, well?
The dragon is dead.
He nods. Will you be needing then an escort back to Waterdeep, Miss Garrick?
No, we can handle ourselves. We're going to be going back to Daggerford. We found their duke.
She is in Valor's arms, and when he sees her, you see that the instinct to show some kind of respect, either through bowing or something, begins to kick in, but her unconscious form pulls him to the severe reality, and he instructs Fearwig to go and examine her. The satyr begins a little bit of a medical examination and just says, "Where did you find her?"
She was being kept alive magically in some sort of small prison, unable to sleep or eat.
She
for
should be dead.
The better part of 10 years.
We can escort her back to her city. This is within our duty in the Lord's Alliance.
We also need to get to Daggerford to mount a continuing investigation of the keep there, if we will be allowed in. Your vouching for us and our duties here would be instrumental to that, so I am not opposed to a small force accompanying us.
Perhaps we can seek aid with the folks there as well and recuperate. We've suffered heavy losses. If we can take refuge for a day or two there, it would be beneficial if we were all to march to Daggerford together, for your safety especially.
This is agreeable. I think that's wise. I can't guarantee that there will be space and hospitality for you there, but I can guarantee that I will fight for it if there is none.
He nods in appreciation. We shall be setting off tomorrow.
Until then, a number of ours are suited to tending the wounded. The rest of us might help as we can, if you would see fit to allow us.
Truly. Any help that we can take, we will.
Alright.
Captain, did your men find any prisoners or survivors from before the Yanti and the dragon came here?
He shakes his head.
We didn't think so, but it was worth asking.
Allow me to collect a number to escort you to camp. And he goes and finds a few knights who can take you back that maybe 20-minute walk or so. What would you like to do for the rest of the day? Like, you can offer your services, and we can just say that you're using your resources to do so, or you can do other things.
I got 3 second-level healing words up my sleeve. I don't know if anyone else wants to help. Probably Pete.
Yeah, I'll help out too.
Yeah, I
Or
can
it
do it.
says 3 first-level cure wounds that you can use.
I got a spare good berry if anyone's in extreme critical condition.
I can probably provide my services as night watch if some folks want to take the shift off. But other than that. Oh, I would also probably like to ask after the captain and the lieutenant are back in camp after cleaning up, asking them a rather sensitive question that I didn't want to do in the moment. I was gonna ask them if the Yuan Ti or the trolls, was it, were using any sort of like weird tactics or like things that made the battle so hard, because yeah, or if they were just unprepared in their numbers.
All right. June, you might want to get a little bit closer to your mic, just so you know.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, well, we can say that those who want to go help are allowed to in the camp, and everyone, again, those who are in fair condition, which is only amounts to about half of the survivors, are ready to help, and those who are in poor condition, they're suffering from, like, toxicity and acid and poison. But with magical healing, that alleviates a lot of the of the pressure and the danger that they're all in. And I mean, most of you guys can heal, so you're in a good spot to actually make a significant change. As to your question, Zira, what Riverborn tells you is that the one thing they didn't seem prepared for were fortunately, the strength of my own division, the mages that I had under my command, and for the war machine we brought with us. Other than that, they seemed at ready. We did not surprise them. We merely overwhelmed them.
Right. Under what circumstances would this have been a more assured victory for you? Just
Perhaps
more forces, or the element of surprise?
Surprise, certainly, but we had all the surprise that we could manage with what we had at our disposal.
Right.
A greater number would have made it easier, certainly, but it was not these losses were not unexpected based on the information that we had. In fact, most of us did not expect to be making it back.
Zira nods. Well, that's unfortunate, but good to hear in a way. With everything happening, there have been quite a few surprises that have resulted in lots of unnecessary losses from people coming unprepared. Just weird occurrences. Well, thank you for your time. And Zira goes out to probably do night shift, drunk, watch, etc.
Right?
Yeah, Valor will do a lot of just constantly circling the perimeter. Once the Duke is somewhere, soft and warm.
She is very well attended to, and in fact, Fearwig immediately begins producing a lot of what looks like components, like expensive components, to begin the deep healing process that this will require.
Yeah, I suppose I will softly take the cloak off of her, sort of just carrying it over my shoulder for the moment.
Gotcha.
During the operation process.
Razik will approach Fearwig and say, excuse me, I know this is not the best time, but I was curious if you had anyone available that was capable of sending messages over long distances?
He blinks. You see that he has, square goat pupils. You also see that he has some tattoos on each arm. One of the profile of a stag and one of the profile of a unicorn, which you would then immediately recognize from your time at Falconmere. And he says, the captain, Riverborn, is capable of such things. Yes. And any of his mages under his command can do that.
I understand. Are you familiar with individuals from the Emerald Enclave?
I am. Yes.
I have great concern about one of their associates, Deca. Do you happen to know her? She has some interesting tattoos as well.
Seems to think about it for a moment. Oh, Ida. Yes. Yes, I am familiar. Yes, I've met her before.
I have some concern about her well-being and would like to try and get in contact with her. You say Captain Riverborn can help?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I will go looking for Captain Riverborn.
You can find him again, no problem, or you can find another mage. It doesn't matter. But yeah, we'll say him. Why not? Make NPCs easy.
Okay. Captain, a moment, please.
Of course.
Lieutenant Perwig mentioned that you have the capability of sending messages long distances.
Yes, I am sending a report shortly.
Well, there is an associate that we tasked with something very important in Daggerfoot, and I have some reason to be concerned about her well-being. I was wondering if it would be possible to try and contact her.
If this is as urgent as you make it sound, then yes, I can do that for you.
Are you sure? I assure you that it is. I will wait until you are ready.
Maybe a little bit of time passes. He finishes the task at hand, and
the whole time, Razik is just standing there staring at him.
Of course, yeah. This does perturb him a little bit. And he does move a little bit slowly with his own injuries, but shortly after, he actually does send his own report with the sending spell, and then asks, then says, I have limited, there is a limit to how much you can say, so be concise. What would you like me to say, and who are you communicating to?
I'm communicating with a woman named Deca, and I will describe her. And I would like to know what progress she has made on her travel to Waterdeep.
Oh my god!
You all right, Doug?
That's a dish clattering. I thought that was somebody screaming.
Yes. Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Knocked over their dish.
Oh, my heart.
That was like a horror movie scream at the start. Holy shit.
That was Decker screaming.
Don't jinx it, dang.
Right. Yes, I would like to inform her we have rescued the Duke, and we have helped a successful siege on Daggerfoot, or on Zix, and I am curious to know your progress on your travels to Waterdeep.
Okay. He copies all of that down onto a piece of paper, and cuts words and such. He gives you he does what he can. And after a moment, he says to you, this woman says that she has made it to Waterdeep, there is some issue with Madame Falconmere and the priest that she has traveled with. She is hiding with the other Sprite Pepsi, it sounds like,
Yes.
at her own home for his safety. She sounds tired. She says she's been up for days.
Well, thank you for your assistance. And Razik will go rejoin the group.
Okay. Pete. What's up with Pete? I don't know if you caught this because I think you were away, but I'm going to bring it up based on what Pete has witnessed. When you guys were in the keep, Zira opened a small, well, I say small, rather large, spacious void into the Shadowfell, and the corpse of the dragon got like Jello sucked through a straw, brought through that portal, with a lot of horrible noises. Pete would have seen that. I think it's important that you know that Pete saw that. What's Pete doing?
As far as I know, he's helping out with the healing and whatnot. I don't see him doing a ton right now, though.
No problem. No problem. If that is it that everyone wants to do for today, we can have you guys all take a long rest. Yeah?
Sure. While I guess at the beginning of this long rest, Razik is going to take the majority, but not all, of his dragon parts and use the tendons to lash some bits of dragon bone together, and then fasten some of the dragon scales onto the front to create himself a nice new shield using that feature.
Yep, you can absolutely do that.
Cool beans.
Yeah, no problem.
Dope as hell.
Been a while since we've seen that feature.
Yeah.
Sure have.
That's what happens when you put the lizard folk in the city for a while.
Not enough bones to go around.
Random question. So they're pretty sure there's no more combatants in the city, right?
The city itself is being set on fire to ensure this, but the stronghold, the fortress, the walls and everything have been cleared. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They are leaving nothing behind.
Gotcha.
After Razik completes his shield, he will, just to the group in general, he will hold out his animated shield. Say, I have made myself a new shield. If there's anyone who could find use with this, I'm more than happy to hand it over. It does come in quite handy if you need to have both your hands free. Well, just think about it and let me know if anyone would like it.
While we're having this conversation, does anyone have anything they found in the keep that needs to be identified?
I didn't search, but I did leave Viserys's ring by the dragon. I should probably hold on to that now that I think about it. I mean, we should probably not leave it, is what I mean.
I would like the strange cloak identified.
Yeah, and I have this brooch.
I have these gold cones.
Zero, will you send your lackey to go pick that up?
Oh yeah, speaking of which, he hasn't come back since... I have to do everything myself. And Zero will turn into a raven, fly, take the
You're not
journey
even
back
gonna.
to the
Poof.
You don't just send your raven to do it.
Look, if you could turn into a raven,
can't-
wouldn't you
can't-
fucking turn into a raven all the time?
See, Cody gets me. Also,
That kicks ass.
Yeah,
you get
no.
to fly.
It's
Also,
so
the raven
good,
doesn't
but
have
like
dark vision. It doesn't have devil's sight.
That's fair
It
enough.
can't see in the dark.
I loved what I assumed was going to be I have to do everything myself and then, snap and reach your hand into the fell to grab the imp and bring him back and say like, "Hey, do your job," kind of thing. But it was like, no, I'm just going to continue to ignore his existence because since I found him annoying, I do not like him around.
No, I just still am like, I don't know if he's doing paperwork or something. I don't want to drag him out, but if he's like drinking mimosas and I spill his mimosa by pulling him out of the Shadowfell, I won't be mad. I'll just be like, hey, you enjoy your vacation?
Oh, the ink
You'll get
hadn't
a
dried
thing.
yet, you motherfucker.
Exactly.
It's so funny.
Gritted face thing is now pretty finalized, so I think Zero will realize that next time.
It's fine. It's just very, very funny. Yeah, you can go and retrieve the ring of mind shielding for sure.
Great. A few hours later, Zero returns with it in her beak.
Oh, there was one more thing that you guys found. I did not write it down. A glass jar of a kind of viscous, clear-ish gel as well.
Ew.
Okay. Giving you
Weird.
cool shit, but
What?
no, it's gross. I know that.
I was gonna say, I mean, it can be cool and gross at the same
we
time.
got-
Don't
I
worry.
assumed it was more like a mod podge than
Right.
anything weird or gross.
My mind immediately jumped to monkfish goo.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Ugh.
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 Yeah. So I assume it takes Faye like what, 2 days to identify everything?
Oh, it won't.
Because
It
it's
won't
spell
take
slot?
long. You're also she's also a ritual caster, so she can.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
And why don't you give me an investigation check, Zero?
Oh, yeah, sure. Come on, where'd it go? Investigation, the one I'm not
Passive
trained
investigation is also
in.
pretty high if I don't. Unless
No,
you didn't take
it's
observant. yet.
perception, not investigation.
Observant doesn't affect investigation. It's
Right.
Yeah.
insight and perception.
Yeah.
Is it insight?
Something does affect passive investigation.
It's perception, not investigation.
Anyway,
Passive investigation.
that's
Yeah.
a thing. Anyway, you can find the ring. You also find a secondary ring as well. That what does it look like? A gold with a red jewel in it, a square jewel.
Oh, nice.
Not necessarily in the same place. It's just also
Right.
You catch that as well.
Yeah. Devil's sight
right,
working
okay.
better at night, I guess. Yeah, no, I'll come back and I'll drop both rings. Be like, which one's the mind shielding one?
The one with the brain on it.
Yeah.
Point at the one with the brain on it.
Oh, yeah, no, that should have been obvious. I
I
dropped
actually believe
one.
that this one was described as just having a blue round opal in it, but
brain.
not explicitly brain because I
could've-
don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like that
I
either.
I could have sworn.
I mean, you could turn the
that
ring
they
invisible
described
is
it
the funniest part.
multiple times as having like an opal shaped like a brain in it. But that might have just been Tristan fucking it up.
I have no idea.
Hard to
Zero
say.
pecks at the other one and says, I found this one then.
All right,
Good,
add it to the
do your
pile.
thing. She hops over and adds it to the loot pile.
All right,
and hops
folks.
away.
I'm also gonna throw the hammer that I found into that loot pile.
I am just adjusting and readjusting, like some comical fucking gnome goggles.
There is a loud thud as a small crater is formed with the drop of the hammer.
Right.
Oh,
And
geez.
all of the other items are smashed.
Zero flies up in being startled and lands on Valor. Ah!
Given
Hell,
that it just
Pete.
made such a big impact, I'm going to identify it next. After whatever it is I'm doing.
The ring first, that what you want?
Whatever was handed to me first, I don't care.
Yeah.
I think it was the cloak that was first.
Cloak first, probably
Nice.
the fucking the hammer
Hammer.
second, and then the rest of them just in whatever order.
Yep. Here we go.
Ho 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 ho.
Ho ho ho. Oryx. I had a feeling it was a displaced
Yeah.
cloak. Yeah.
Yeah, it had fucking tentacles on it. Of course it's a
Yeah.
displaced
Of course.
Oh, what if I just did a really shitty version of the manta ray cloak?
Funny.
Yeah.
Don't test me.
You don't know.
Do it.
Or if it was just a fun homebrew, Cloak of the Squid.
Yeah.
Do a version,
Yeah.
do a version of the
That
Manta Ray
is
cloak that
Gross.
makes your fucking
Ooh.
blue face.
Oh.
That's my dog Scarab.
And then the last two items are non-magical, but they are each value. Ooh, actually, let me get a jeweler's tool check from Faye.
Hey, you know it.
Hey, I need two of them.
I assume intelligence.
Okay.
Not
And what's your
great.
second one? Okay. One of them, the. Oh, sorry.
I rolled a 3 and an 8. I'm mad.
The bottle cork, the cork stopper, like the stop bottle but stopper. Wow, brain, bottle stopper, is valued at 600 gold, and the dragon comb set is worth 750.
Okay. Those of you who own those items, who I'm going to give them back to, please take that down, because I'm not making note of that.
Okay. I'll take my. I don't know.
Sorry. What about the amulet with the model of the planes on it?
Oh, that's right. Did
Yeah.
I not? I might not have made a handout for that one. One moment. It is just an amulet of the plains.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes I do nice things for you guys.
Oh.
There's also I did have a very good time when you were saying like people spend their whole lives trying to go try
Yeah.
to travel the plains, and I was like, that's funny. She's holding a thing in her hand right now that if she knows how to use and has means of using it, she'll be able to use. Like she'll be able to do that exact thing.
I assumed it was just like an art object.
Uh huh.
I might have.
Oh, I'm sure.
said this, but is it like a 3D working model of the Great Wheel cosmology, or?
When you attune to it, it will do that.
Oh shit, that's so dope. Oh my god, that's so cool.
Sarah,
But
I
again-
apologize. What were the details about that comb again?
Uh,
Non-magical.
750 gold for the set.
Great.
And then the stopper that Pete has is worth like 600 or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Doug, you got that? Are you here? I'll take note.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I guess.
Out of character, I'd love the scarab.
Yeah, I was gonna say the
Fucking who had it?
If you want, I can read to you guys. A couple of these were items from people's wish lists, and if you'd like, I can
Sure.
point things out.
Like closer
Yeah.
to Sprint and Panrin.
I did have to delete all of Panrin's on that list. So, Faye, you asked for the Amulet of the Plains. Razik has asked for the Cloak of Displacement, and Valor asked for the Scarab.
Yeah.
I think those
Scarab's going
were
to Valor.
those were the specific. Wand of Fireballs also was Phase, I think.
Yeah, I'm passing all of these back to the people who handed them to me, which I think means that all of those assigned items go back to the people who they're supposed to go to. I believe.
I had the cloak, but
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah.
think yeah.
We can swap those around.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll trade it for the, I guess, animated shield. I have a third attunement slot. That'd be pretty nice.
Sure.
We have more magic items that we know what to do with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to trade
do.
items. You can have the ones you want.
It's
Most
fair.
likely we're not using
Yeah,
them anyway.
I also will suggest that someone else that is not me takes the Ring of Warmth, particularly looking at Valor, Oryx, and Drazik, because I can do that new scary thing with the portal, and it seems really cold. So if you guys ever happen to touch it, resistance.
I was going to say, what does the
Takers?
Ring of Warmth actually do?
Resistance to cold and oh gosh.
It lets you travel in cold temperatures as
Yeah,
well.
lets you sustain very cold temp.
And then none of your equipment takes any sort of effect with minus 50-degree weather, or up to, I should say.
Oh, also, I think Valor would be handing its Oryx back the Wand of Magic Missile.
Oh, thank you. You can hold on to it if you want.
Do you want me to?
I use weapons in both hands, so I don't know that I will use it very often.
I will keep it then.
Any takers on the ring?
I'm good. I'm at my attunement limit.
Does it require attunement?
Believe so. Because I believe my hammer really requires attunement.
It does.
I don't know if I specified that it does, but I'm pretty sure.
Yes, it does.
I just assumed it does.
Should.
Yeah.
Oh, it does. I did.
Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
It's plenty good.
Yeah.
Razik?
Sure.
Great.
If nobody else wants it, I've got some spots.
I
Did
hop
someone
over.
claim
And,
that Scarab
Well,
was
actually, I don't have a spot. Now that I think about
oh. Well, might as well. Get
Oryx wanted
cozy.
to ask Razik for the Luckstone if he's not going to use it.
it. Oh yes, absolutely.
That back.
Here y'all. And
Who I gave the one to switcheroo, but they can keep it because I'm not fucking using it.
okay, I've got it.
All right, yeah. So
It's a
just
good
leave
one.
that
That's
as-
actually a very good one for Razik to have,
Yeah.
thinking about it.
leave that as you see fit, or use it. Yeah, that's really good for Razik to have. Razik, it really goes better on someone who wants to be in the fray and can save people from being in a bad spot.
Yeah.
Especially mobile. Anyway, Katem's ointment probably needs to go to someone who doesn't otherwise have healing capabilities. Since most of us have access to healing spells, which means, I believe, just Zera or
Me or Valor.
would be- Maybe Zera?
It's probably
Sure.
better on Zera.
I'm sure your imp can apply ointment if
Yeah.
you ever needed to.
Oh, I don't like that mental image, not one bit.
Oh, it's pretty gross. But, that's probably only a thing we'll ever need to do in the.
Let me rub this on you.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Like,
Next
thought-
time we're in Waterdeep, I'm gonna visit the beach and have a other sunscreen on me. Get a tan, tanning
is that-
lotion.
The worst part is that in a fight, it would probably also be invisible. So it would just be like this terrible.
Little clawed hands
Oh.
grabbing your arms.
I hate it. Alright, you
I
can
love
have
it a
Katem's
lot.
ointment. Take it.
Great.
Just to
I
be
actually-
clear, Valor, you're taking the animated shield.
Yeah, I mean,
Great.
I could make pretty good use of that.
Yeah, I figured you or Oryx could make pretty good use of it.
Yeah, I mean, unless Orcs.
I don't
No,
know what
the
slots
Luckstone,
people have.
Deluxe
right.
Dome will be the last thing I can attune.
Okay. Yeah, because I still have, like, with that, I'll be at my third attunement. And I'm never not going to be attuned to my hammer, so...
Am I the only one with only one attunement
How I feel about my belt.
slot used?
I think
so.
Pete's only got one as well.
Okay.
Oh no, I've got all 3.
Oh, have you?
Yeah, I have that weird hat,
Oh,
that
God.
cloak, and the
Oh,
staff.
Yeah, the
that's
Cloak of
right.
Shininess.
Although,
right.
is anyone claiming that Scarab of Protection?
That'd
Yeah,
be
that was
me.
that's for
Ah, okay,
Valor.
never mind.
Yeah, sorry. The Cloak of Many Fashions doesn't require it. Nope, no, it does
It
not.
shouldn't. It's just common.
Yep. I have that in my Pact Keeper. Let's go.
I am now officially
yeah.
at 3 attunement with a Wand of Fireballs and a.
Have you gotten the thing to do more attunements yet?
Nope. That comes at level 11, I believe, which I'm probably not going to get. So.
Soon,
Damn
TM.
No, I'm probably not going to take that many levels on Artificer. I'm now probably focusing down Cleric. Damn.
Times I break, you guys.
I will say, I do have to stop attuning to the Clockwork Amulet.
10th level.
Once
For
it-
Can
magic
I,
item adept.
Stick the Scarab of Protection to me somewhere? Make it like a
Clockwork
little, like,
Amulet.
badge.
Oh, fuck yeah. Put it on your faceplate.
I was gonna say we
That's-
could weld
right
it
on the
to you.
forehead.
Just weld it to my forehead. That's not disconcerting.
We make an
I mean, I was
attack roll.
thinking like shoulder plate or something,
yeah.
but if you
Weld it
wanted
to
it
a-
in the middle of your
Weld
forehead,
it to a
you can do
shoulder
that.
blade. That's more reasonable.
Is that good for me?
I'm actually loving this mental image of all of you guys like basically sitting cross-legged in a circle with all this shit like in the middle of the circle and like, oh, I don't need this, here, take this, and like passing it around like this
Passing it
weird
around.
dinner.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Zero's just on Valor's shoulder.
I'm picturing like 4th graders at lunch pulling out all of their stuff
Exactly.
and trading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My mom packed me an apple today,
That's
but I
a
don't want an apple.
At some point,
yeah,
Valor's
that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Valor's asking for
Uh,
Arcs to make like a harness to carry the animated shield around in.
Yeah, I'll take the Clockwork Amulet, Faye. If you don't mind, if you're gonna stop using that.
Alright.
Yeah,
Fucking
if
the
it-
Dwarven Thrower, none of us are dwarves. We are
Yeah, none of us are
condemning
dwarves.
that to party loot, I assume.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That bad boy's a legendary item, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
know.
We
I
can
think it's
probably-
very rare, isn't it?
Is it very
Isn't
rare?
that what I saw?
Hmm.
It's pretty spectacular.
Whatever it
It
is.
is. It's
important.
100% awesome.
It's important and probably culturally important to someone. So once we're in Waterdeep, we can probably either try to
Find a
gift it to
dwarven
someone-
Which of you are going to be the kind and benevolent soul that takes care of Valor's money for them? Because when you start splitting up cash here, Valor's just gonna say no.
Oh, if you need
So-
if you need an accountant, I can.
I mean, you could just be kind to Valor in the future if they ever need anything with money. Otherwise,
gonna
just
say-
take the money.
Yeah, this should not happen, but just for entertainment value, it would be great for you to ask Razik to take care of your money for you.
Yeah, yeah.
That'd be
I
amazing.
mean,
Honestly, like, that would be a bad idea. Razik's like the party wallet. He didn't give a shit about money.
Yeah,
He pays
except
for
every now
everything.
and then Razik walks into some place and finds something he wants, and then he dumps all of the coin he has on the table.
See, it's not so much that
that's right.
it's not so much that Valor is going to have somebody keep track of their money. It's more that they're just not gonna have any money because they're
Yeah.
gonna refuse it.
uh,
They have 3 gold still, and that's fine.
that shouldn't be a
Nice.
problem. We don't
Pay me like a gold a week to continue being
Right.
employed.
generally get paid in cash around here, and if you refuse money, most likely most of us are just going to be like, okay, and then split the rest of it evenly,
That is fine with me.
which is fine because we'll probably buy you stuff. If you
I
need
have
it.
3 pretty good things on me. I'm well off.
And
Do
say
you want to give?
you're taking the amulet of plane shift.
Oh yeah. That's fine.
Okay.
It's
So-
fine. You're not familiar with anything in another plane yet.
You're about to be, and I ain't coming on that trip. So see you later, sucker. Oh wait, unless you fail to save, right? Oopsies.
Coming with me on that fucking trip.
Valor, would you like to have compassion identified so that everyone else is familiar, or no? You want to wait. You want to wait.
Well, yeah. I mean,
that's right.
out of character, I'd want to wait. In character, if somebody asks, Valor would allow it to be identified.
Okay.
They
No
don't necessarily
problem.
have a reason not to. It's just that nobody's asked to look at it yet.
Right.
It's fine.
Yay. Thanks for the free hits there, Faye.
So,
Clockwork.
of the stuff we found, if I'm correct, the only two things that we haven't made a decision on are the Ring of Warmth and the Wand of Fireballs. Is that correct?
The one of fireballs is mine.
Okay, great.
I can
Yeah.
just hold on to the Ring of Warmth and sell it later.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Zira,
If you don't want it.
I am also going to pass you my clockwork amulet.
Great,
Because
cool.
I no longer have an amulet slot.
I mean, we can hang on to the Ring of Warmth in case we ever go to someplace cold.
Yeah.
There's probably
Yeah.
somebody who can make use of it.
That's fair.
It's a thing you never want until you need it really bad, and then you don't have it.
Hey, actually, that's great. It can, if I go somewhere super cold, I can still be super fashionable without having to spend a bunch of money on winter coats.
Fuck yeah,
There we
baby.
go.
Wait,
Nice.
winter
Full-
pets.
That might
Full
be the best use
disclosure.
of the ring.
That's the best use of the ring, yeah.
I would love to to play a character that is in that new winter campaign that's just wearing a Ring of Warmth so they can go around in like a leather bikini without any problem. I'd love
Fuck
that.
yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
you know, if we ever need it and we don't have it, Sarah's gonna hold it against us.
Yeah, I know. As I that thought passed through my mind as soon as like, yeah, we can probably just sell it when we get back to Waterdeep. Sarah's voice in my head was echoing to the party. Oh, you probably wish you had that Ring of Warmth now, don't you, idiots?
I will say
no, we do.
for openness sake, for a lot of the things that I put in this keep, it was more of this is a value thing, because part of this original quest had been you get items valued at a certain amount kind of thing.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
And I mean, like, you're not gonna wander into a dungeon and find stuff that's perfectly tailored to you guys every single
Exactly,
time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fucking, I'm going to hand the amulet, the clockwork amulet, to Zira, and I say, this has a bit of magic from Mechanus in it, and I would like to give it to you because I no longer have use of it. I would also like to enter into a contract with you, a social contract.
What kind? I mean, sure.
Here on out, I will always watch your back, and you will always watch mine.
Already ahead of you.
Alright. I do a handshake with the amulet in it, and I'm going to give you Vigilant Blessing. You have advantage on your next initiative roll.
Zira pops back out of her raven form and shakes your hand.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate it. Ugh. Sarah,
One of these days.
one of these days.
I love that. I love ceremony spell, and no one
No.
ever fucking uses it.
I used it in a previous campaign with Pete, actually.
Yeah, but
I
I
used
wasn't
it as-
there, Doug.
Okay.
Just remember, that was one of the spells that Zash will learn.
Also,
One
Zash-
day.
Yeah,
Yop and Krellick, one day.
also,
I
give
used
us a
it as
vampire
burial
fight,
rites
I'll use
in
it.
Lork? Lork. Yeah, that's the town's name. Yeah. I'd like just gotten it.
While we're doing the exchange thing, Valor will ask Razik, does the shield have a name?
Well, not that I'm aware of. I always called it Shield.
I'm gonna pitch it here. It's Bert after I favorite Shield. Sorry, I need to immortalize Bert in some way.
It is not as effective a shield as Bert is, but I guess Bert will do.
Is Bert the name of your shield?
Bert was he was better than an animated shield. Bert was a sentient shield. He was quite an excellent meat shield. He was so excellent that we put him in charge of Lork.
Sorry, Bert is running Lork?
Yeah, we told you about this already.
Yeah, but
You continue to blank it out from your memory.
yeah, I'm not surprised at that.
Is this not normal? It is sentient. Why should it not be ruling?
See, Valley gets it.
Yeah, I don't really want to engage in this conversation.
Is it imbued with intelligence?
It is quite intelligent. It was wonderful meat shield.
A kind and gracious ruler.
And it took good care of cats.
Excellent. I will name this shield. Would it offend you if it was not Bert?
No.
Yes.
It feels strange to name a shield after a living shield.
Valor, the shield is now yours. You may name it whatever you wish.
I will consider. Thank you.
You
You're
don't feel
welcome.
obligated to name it Bert if you don't. If you want to go with your theme and do your thing, like do
I'll
your
come
thing.
up with a name for like.
Although
I know
if
what
you
it
name
is,
that
but-
fucking thing Ernie at this point, there's people gonna throw down.
Get the two in a room.
It'll be something
Oh.
suitably thematic and slightly obnoxious.
Of course.
I can't wait to get back to Lork one day. Or sorry, get to Lork one day and see what kind of shit show Bert has run this thing into.
You left a
Wow!
sentient shield in charge of a city.
Oh, he's not.
Bert is a
no,
person.
Bert is a
human
person.
being.
Bert's a
Bert
human
is a-
being,
Right.
and
See-
Razik just referred to him as his meat shield. all the
That's
time.
fair. The problem is nobody made that clear in character or out of character. So Valor's pretty sure you left a sentient shield in charge of a city,
Yes.
and that doesn't
Yes.
register as anything interesting.
Huh.
Right.
Good. I'll write that down. I'm writing it
Right.
down on a little notepad in front of me. Bert the sentient shield is running Lork.
I doubt
Right,
Bert
because
has much
Valor is much more interested in the word sentient than he is the word shield. So, okay, he's sentient. He's running the show. That's
Yeah.
fine.
That checks out.
I doubt Bert has very much actual power.
Yeah, there was a whole
Yeah,
guild
that's fair.
council, wasn't there?
Even if he's still in office, which, or ever was properly placed into office, which, maybe, I guess. We never checked in.
I hope we get there and Bert is revered.
Yeah, me too.
Bert is a
Honestly,
god king.
I
Right.
think
He
he
deserves
naturally
it.
died.
There's
I'll be
giant
dead.
statues of Bert as we approach.
I feel like
That is-
Oryx is more a leader of the community there.
This is
than
the god
possibly
emperor Bert.
ever be.
I hope he's a victim of regicide.
Oh god. Why?
Doug hates him.
Why are you
Doug
so
hates him
Bert?
inexplicably.
Yep.
Bert's cool.
Yeah, Bert's
Yeah.
actually kind of nice.
And Pete doesn't hate anybody. I might make him hate Bert.
Of course you would. You would do that,
Just
wouldn't you?
inexplicably, the one person on Earth Pete doesn't like.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys can take your long rest, and the next day will be escorted with the remaining about 40 members of the of this army to Daggerford. Is there anything specific you would like to make mention of now, either before you leave or on that trip?
During the trip, I will just announce to everyone. I have heard from Decker. The good news is that she is in Waterdeep with Sprite Pepsi. The bad news is that there appears to be some, I guess, significant difficulty with the priest that we sent along with them, as well as with Jareth. And Decca is holed up with Sprite Pepsi in her home, hiding.
Hiding from Jareth and the priest?
I do not know what she is hiding from. Just that she is hiding and she has not slept.
Well, we should get down there as quickly as possible. I'll
Yes,
charter us
we
a
should.
ship as soon as we get to Zix.
We should wrap up.
We're
whatever
in
we
Zix, I
can.
think you mean Daggerford.
Or
Speaking
sorry,
of-
yes.
I love this name confusion. I've heard it like 8 times today.
Captain, are you being here in Zix? If we're all leaving, who is going to hold Zix? Surely we're not going to leave this town empty.
No, but now that I'm familiar with the location, I will be able to keep an eye on it until we can send more readied and capable men.
Well, I would very much like to wrap up our business in Daggerford as quickly as possible so that we can move on and try and ascertain what difficulty Decca is having with Sprite Pepsi.
Agreed. Perhaps it would be wise to send a number of us ahead to Waterdeep if the situation is dire. I promised I would stay with the troops and advocate for them in Daggerford, but that doesn't necessarily mean the rest of you need to come with. I can also pick over the keep for whatever it is you're looking for. You'll need to show me first.
Let's see how long our
Let's just get to Daggerford first, because don't we need to go through Daggerford on the way to Waterdeep anyway? I mean, it's on the way.
we do.
No, it's not.
It's not on the way.
It's backtracking. Like a day and a half.
Granted, it does make
What?
our trip faster because of
Yeah, because we hit the road.
No, isn't it?
So it is a triangular point
Right.
that Zix is to either Daggerford or Waterdeep.
Yes.
It is a soft backtrack by like a day.
I like it.
Yeah.
But it also gets us to the water quicker, so we could hop on a
We
boat.
could hop a boat, yeah.
Also,
Accurate.
we don't really need you to advocate for the troops. No offense. We do
We
have
might.
the Duke we saved.
Yeah.
I'm sure a writ with some sort of seal that they could give to whoever's in charge, as
Oh,
well as
I'm-
the Duke herself
I'm
vouching
sure.
for them.
I am sure that that might not go the way that you're planning, just based on the way that I've seen politics operate in Daggerford. Waterdeep is a complex dance of politics and power. Daggerford is more of a unrelenting wall, from what I've seen. They're concerned with them and theirs, and basically nothing else.
Well, truth be told, I am not concerned with who holds the position of Duke of Daggerfoot.
Me neither.
That seems to be their business. We are returning.
Yeah,
we are
secondarily-
returning Morrowind Daggerfoot, right? We have removed the whatever that thing was that was pretending to be Morrowind, right? And who they put in charge seems to be their business.
this was not my concern either. I am mostly concerned that the troops that I sent for have lodging. I will not get treated like dogs.
I see.
And I will throw my weight around if I have to make it happen.
Why don't we all just head to Daggerford so that we can escort the Duke, and we can go from there. I realize it's the wrong way, but as we've said, it at least gets us to a boat, which will get us to Waterdeep faster.
Yeah.
I would hate to have gone through that to unknowing. I mean, we didn't realize we were rescuing the Duke at the time, but we did. And I would hate for something to happen on their way to Daggerford and make it for nothing. Shall we?
Yes.
Do you believe she is in danger?
The world is a dangerous place, Valor.
Beyond that, we know that the dragon,
Coralaxianar.
Thank you, that one. We know he was tied to Decanter. We know they kidnapped her and kept her alive for a reason. It wasn't just to replace her with whatever demon we killed, otherwise why keep her alive? They kept her alive for a reason. I don't believe for a second that he will just write it off. He knows we have killed the dragon.
With that, you see Valor like pivot and then immediately start sprinting to wherever the Duke is.
Okay. The Duke is still in recovery in a tent, actually taking the place of the Colonel.
Yeah.
And she is sitting up with like great effect of several castings of Greater Restoration, which amounts to thousands of gold, like having been spent on her. She is able to sit up. She still looks sickly, but she's able to tie her hair back and walk moderately. They're not expecting her to walk to Daggerford. They have means of transporting her, so she does not have to walk on foot. Anyway, when you enter, she looks up at you and says, "You carried me substantially. Thank you for your assistance."
You were in distress. I am here to guard you and make sure you get back safely. You may be in danger. You will not be in danger if I am here.
Make me an insight check.
Okie dokie.
Nice.
You see that she's very conflicted by this concept of having to be protected. But there's also this understanding of that helplessness that she has become so accustomed to that is forcing her to just nod in acknowledgement. And
I think there's a flicker behind Valor's faceplate for a second, and then to note, like, she didn't respond, but Valor says, "Understood," and takes a step back, like, outside of the tent and turns around. So Valor's still standing out front of the tent, watching, but not inside the tent, because as far as Valor knows, like, that might also be part of the concern she had.
right.
Or I should say the conflicted feelings. It's feeling coddled, I guess.
Yeah. You can hear her moving around in the tent, and you hear the sound of like metal on metal. But I mean, other than that, she does not leave until it is time to leave.
Yeah.
At which point you see that there is a small attempt made for her to have put a suit of armor on. She cannot wear she's not strong enough to wear the breastplate or anything, but she has girded her arms and her legs at least, and is walking as much as she can, and is often pushing people away that are trying to help her. And it is only when she is physically incapable of carrying on does she let anyone near her to
Yeah, I
help
mean,
her.
at some point, Valor will reach an arm out to see if she wants to, like, use it to walk.
She
But
doesn't until she has to.
yeah, I mean, if she waves him off and tells him like no, he probably won't offer even when she falls later.
Yeah, she is obstinate, but she's not so stupid as to let the help get away.
Mhm.
That's the thing.
So yeah, the rest of you just see Valor like mother henning over the Duke.
Fucking great.
You said she was in danger.
At,
I-
Good.
at
That's a
some
valid point.
At some point along the journey, after Razik had seen her stumble a couple times or perhaps fall, he will approach her and say, Mulwyn, are you well enough to ride?
Of course.
And very well. Vala, will you help her up? And Razik will turn into a warhorse.
Faceplate swivels to look at her and says, "Do you want help getting up, or would you prefer to do it yourself?"
She doesn't respond, and she attempts to climb. She attempts to mount herself. And it is a process, but she can do it.
Yeah, Valor's not gonna step in if she's got it.
Yeah. And yeah, and her posture immediately falls as soon as she is no longer pressured to hold herself upright, basically.
Like it was force of will, and now that she's seated, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, pretty much. You guys thought the other one was stubborn. Okay, so in a day's time, just making sure no one else had anything else they'd like to do.
I'm cooking to raise morale.
All right, done and done.
At some point when we're on the road, Valor takes out the music box and just starts playing it, holding it in one hand.
It's funnier now that it has a specified song.
A tune, yeah.
Well, as far as Valor knows, music is supposed to be comforting, and maybe the Duke needs comforting.
I'll just keep that up in another tab so I can.
Yeah, I've got that like on loop every once in a while. Like hit replay.
Are any of the soldiers still poisoned?
I would say thanks to everyone's efforts, because everyone was willing to put in that effort yesterday. No.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
I got spell slots to burn now, baby.
Right. Oh, hold on.
Must be nice.
It sure is.
Oh, sorry, I had a really bad sneeze. Okay. Anything else for the road? Nope. Okay. So at late into the evening, we'll say there is no rush, and with traveling with so many men, it takes more time than you are all used to. But late at night, you arrive at the gates of Daggerford, where Riverborn goes to confer with Vence, and after a little while, he comes to reassure Faye specifically that, as it happens, Daggerford had been amassing a small number, specifically a militia, that were going to be willing to assist at Zix, but as it seems, it happened sooner than they were prepared to. Those men are being sent back home, and any accommodations and everything, like the supplies and all that they had in preparation, will be given to the service of the Waterdeep army.
I am going to make an effort to, and this doesn't need to be something that's handled in game at all, but I'm going to make an effort to show up and make an appearance and commend people who are willing to go and fight, even after the fact, and then give like a debriefing to all the soldiers as to what went on. And yeah, just kind of keep people jazzed about it, I guess.
So you're specifically...
I don't want there to be an aura of dejection about these people when they go home.
Okay, so you're specifically talking to the people, not just events for this.
Yeah, I want to call a conference of everyone who is willing to show up and was volunteering.
Okay. In that case, why don't you make me a either performance or persuasion check for how well that is received?
Yeah, let's see if that is anything.
I can always assist if you'd like.
I'm gonna add 5 to the roll because I do want to do better. 16.
Well, there you go. Okay.
There it is.
In that case, your presence is acknowledged and appreciated. Very much so. And are you all in any regard interested in what happens to the Duke once she gets here?
I'm not
Yes.
particularly interested in what kind of office she holds, but I would love to ask her a question or two.
Okay, you can do that, yeah. Would you prefer this to be once you've arrived back at Daggerford?
I think I'd probably take a visit beforehand, because I would just let her do her political thing when she gets back. Right?
Uh-huh.
So, yeah, I will ask it, in that one night where she is up and about, but not particularly, yeah.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll probably nod at Valor entering the tent. And introduce myself as one of the party.
She nods with some faint recognition as if she's trying to remember who you are.
Well, have you been informed about Daggerford yet?
In a manner of speaking.
So you know about the demon?
I have been familiar with this creature, yes.
Did you have any... Forgive me. Are you prepared to answer any questions? Because once you get back to Daggerford, I don't want to interfere in your work.
I have time.
Good. Then... Did you have any sort of relationship with the demon prior to being kidnapped?
No. I did not see it until I found myself not here, but in a cave not far away.
Did you suspect anybody in your circle at the time was responsible for it?
What I came to understand was that I was being kept to be watched. And that creature became better at being me by my allowed survival.
So
What
they
I
kept you alive
heard...
as, a reference?
She nods vaguely. What I heard had more to do with some plot to hold focus, to keep something directed this direction. It was hard to hear, and they certainly didn't speak as if allowing me to understand what was happening. I shared many words with that creature on occasion.
The dragon, right?
She nods.
Any other associates of his visit?
Only the demon.
Really? Interesting.
The occasional snake creature, but that was only recent.
Understandable. And so you were just... You resisted your abduction, correct? Any sort of semblance of a memory of what your assailant
She looks
was?
terribly offended for a moment and says, naturally.
Well, they could have just kidnapped you in the night. I was assuming that you had the wits about you to fight back. And this assailant, was it the demon?
She nods.
Well, as informative as that is, it's not necessarily comforting, because while we did take care of the demon, it does seem like this goes deeper. Ugh. Oh, any, dissenters in the clergy out for your blood?
I can recall, it's been some time. I trusted them and they trusted me. I was sworn to that faith and I was recognized as a warrior to that temple for some time.
Whew. Yeah. Okay. Yikes. Oh, man. Well, I think that's all I need to... That's all I can ask, really. Dang. So it was just very sudden, is what I'm getting at. No sort of planning that you rooted out beforehand.
No.
All right. Well, thank you for your time. And, good luck.
Okay.
So we'll get up and leave.
All right.
Yeah. I don't know whether it's like final or we have something missing is my issue.
Yes.
It might be some sort of paranoia talking here, but like I don't know whether to be comforted by the fact that there is nothing else known about it or to be absolutely horrified that this could happen again. Well, we'll find out. Back to Daggerford.
Okay. Okay, is there any other things that are happening in Daggerford? Or anything you would like to know that is happening?
I personally want to make sure that the Duke is seen to. She has been out of her life for 10 years, and I'm not sure what happened to her assets after Duke 2 was exploded. But it would be good for me if while we're there for like a day or whatever, I could kind of stick my nose into that business and make sure that she's not going to like be homeless or something.
Yeah, actually, what you... Okay, so first of all, when Vence is reintroduced to her, there is... Because she is with you, there is less concern, but it is asked how you know that this is her. That this is Morwen.
Well, you see, technically we don't.
Funny thing.
Yeah, we actually don't, but they were keeping her prisoner, so it's also been like a long time.
She was on the brink of
she also
when we found her.
right. She also remembers the and can account for the actual time and passing, like during and after her kidnapping.
Morwen then goes into a recounting of a story, of a personal story that involves, like a sparring event between her and Vence, and how readily she beat the shit out of him on a specific occasion, which seems to reassure him enough. So she is taken to the keep, and if you keep inquiry and everything, theoretically, like in the next day, you find out that she's being attended to. She is being allowed to stay in the keep. There needs to be a major discussion as to whether or not she should be reinstated, but that could take some time.
Two things.
Harriet is willing to step down, but is not sure if that is what is the appropriate action, and that will take time to consider.
Two things as they leave. First, Valor will hold up the music box and say, "I believe we took this from your room. Do you want it back?"
Plainly says, "I do not recognize that."
The head swivels slightly to Vence. "Were you on duty when she was taken the first time?"
Oh no.
Oh shit.
Morwen indicates that what had happened was she had been out on a hunt. And she didn't say that before, but she had been out on a hunt with a select few other men, who, as it turns out, had not returned, but that had not been accounted for, as it had been more of a private affair. The opportunity had come up that she was going to be out with a few other folks of similar, well, not of high rank, but of some personal friends, and some came back, some didn't, under an assumption that they had either gone to another town or some lies had once pieces start falling into place, there was lies to cover up the fact that there were disappearances.
Yeah, so she makes it clear that it is her error and not Vence's negligence.
Yes.
Because Valor is a little offended at the thought of Vence letting her get taken when that's his purpose. But yeah, I think you see a little bit of tension ease out of Valor's shoulders, and Valor says, "Ah, that makes sense."
Foible.
As Valor turns away, the head will still be kind of pivoted towards Vence and say, "Do not let it happen again. This is your duty."
As is Vence's way, he does not say anything.
Yeah, there's no response expected. Valor just starts happily humming his, or rather their
his new theme song.
Yeah, as they slowly wander away.
Every hero needs a theme song.
The tension was in a moment of you let someone get kidnapped under your watch. And then when it was the Duke's fault, then Valor's okay, that's fine.
There is one more bit of business we must discuss. And Rascal pull out the iron circlet. Since we have left, have you found one of these or something similar in either the keep or the Duke's quarters?
I believe that would be a question for Harriet.
Very well then, thank you. And Razik will just start walking off in whatever direction he believes Harriet's in.
Okay.
It would appear that we are going to be having an audience with Harriet immediately. And I'm going to follow Razik.
And I am going to excuse myself from that affair and just charter us a ship for tomorrow morning.
I'll go with you.
All right.
Okay.
good.
Morwen goes with you to the keep as she is escorted. Vence is also going to be going with her. Riverborn will also go. So all of those folks and whoever would like to can go to the keep. Yep. It's late at night, but Harriet will still be roused and hold audience. But as soon as she sees Morwen, there is the expression of someone who is trying to understand what it is she's looking at, and once that realization hits, she formally bows, and Morwen nods, and Harriet sees Razik and Faye and Oryx, I believe, Pete maybe, and says, "You've returned. Was everything? How fared you against the forces at Zix?"
We were successful. It was very fraught with peril, but we were in fact successful. Thank you for seeing us this late. It's very important. Have you seen one of these? And he holds up the circle.
Her brow creases as she tries to remember, and she says, "I have not found anything like that to my knowledge. What is it?"
Oh, it's very dangerous. May we look for it?
That's actually a good question, Razik. What is that?
Oh, it's an iron circlet.
So it is.
If
Why
it
are-
would.
It's very dangerous.
Why are we looking for it?
Well, there was one in Lork when we cleared that city, and then there's one here, and if I remember correctly, they are some sort of gateway to be able to speak with Decanter.
Oh. I turned to look at Harriet. Yeah, they're very dangerous.
By all means. And she instructs both Vence and her standing guard at the keep in that moment to let you have access to the keep to search for it.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my special magic eyes. And my
All right.
investigation.
In that case, I will give you investigation checks with advantage.
You should check, especially in that private office
Yeah,
off the throne room where she would go for privacy. If they were trying to use one without being noticed, that seems like the place that they would go.
Okay.
That's a very good idea, Oryx and Razik. Just fucking. Oops, where did I go?
You wandered off.
Yeah, I'm in a bad spot.
There you go.
Right.
This is the room. This is that room.
Oh, this is the secret room.
Yes.
I thought we were in her room, so I was getting ready to go down the stairs and everything.
No, this is that room with the
Yeah,
25
Razik wanders off from time to time.
Right. that felt right. 25 is high enough to locate a. So, the creature that was in here before, some sort of guardian, was in this room very clearly for a reason. You can find a false floor that you can open up and find a couple of items that seem, most of them mundane and completely useless. Some papers, pages, or other things that really hold no meaning. But you can also find another of the iron circlets, a circle of the bond.
Yeah, that's the false floor that the folks dug up, right? And they brought out like a chest. Like
No, this would actually be this
separate
is
false
another.
floor.
Yeah,
This fucking
yeah.
bastard had 2 false floors in the same room.
Oh,
It
Sort of
worked,
more
didn't
obvious.
it?
I was gonna
It
say,
worked, didn't it?
fuck.
Worked.
Game
It
recognized game.
One more obvious
Shit.
than the other to keep
Yeah,
the
you
more
just
secret
make
one
one
hidden.
hiding spot. Perfect. It's so good because you
guys don't do shit like that in your own house?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
You put a safe on top of another safe that's hidden. And put like half the valuables in one safe.
Yeah. That's like a real thing. You have yeah, dude. It's, yeah, guys.
Valuables.
I will.
Anyway.
Razik will go back up, announce to Harriet and whoever else is still in that room. Yes, we found it. We will be taking it. Thank you.
What does it do? It communicates with what?
With what we believe to be organizing all of these different efforts.
And not to cast aspersions on your own power, but why should you take it?
I assume you're all present for this conversation.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Razik blinks a few times. His tongue flicks out, and he licks his left eyeball, and it sort of sticks there for a little bit longer than usual before he retracts it. And he just says, "We'll be taking the circlet. Thank you."
We are going back to Waterdeep with a force of men. We already possess the other ones. There will need to be talks there, I am sure, about the situation we've encountered, the evidence we've compiled, and having all of them with us, possibly for deconstruction at the hands of talented mages, would probably be wise. Also, we killed an ancient dragon betwixt us.
Make me a persuasion check with advantage. Okay. With that, she will let you take it without recourse and without sending her own watcher to follow you. She will just anticipate a message or some sort of letter of some by the Open Lord once things have been resolved.
Okay, great.
And she will make that clear that she has expectations for follow-up.
Great. I'm just going to take a note of that so I don't forget it.
Okay, folks. Anything else in Daggerford?
Nope. How much that boat gonna run me? If I can, I'd love to find one that's fast.
Okay, fast means more expensive. I'm gonna say 30 gold.
Oh no.
I know, it's a drop in your bucket, but that's actually a lot of goddamn money in this world.
Yeah, good.
Okay, cool. Long rest. Next day, you can all get on your boat and go to Waterdeep.
Zoom.
Yeah. And you're coming in through by the sea, so you're over deep open water. You can see now the way that you are entering. There's a massive overhanging cliff that is just at the surface of the water. That is part of the structuring, the dockworks, the wharf, and such of Waterdeep. And this magnificent city that is built on a hill with a gleaming castle and densely populated. You will be arriving. It's a couple of days. It's a couple of days to get there still. So is there anything special you'd like to be doing on this boat ride?
Oh, shit.
What?
I realized something it doesn't matter. It would have just been fluff anyway, it's fine.
Oh, what is it?
While we were in Daggerford, I would have asked them to keep an eye out for Moira's missing father and or brother.
Okay.
I could disguise self to vaguely look like them. Obviously only 3 feet tall instead of the normal half-elf size. But
one of them is a human. Fair point.
True.
Yeah, the father's a human.
The father's
Yeah. Yeah, no, you can absolutely do that. That's... Yeah. I will make a note of that.
I'm pretty sure this is Pete's first time on a boat, so he's going to be hanging over the edge, just like watching the water pass underneath.
I thought you were going to say just being sick.
Although, I was afraid that you might make me roll for that.
Only if you feel like that would be something... Like, if you feel like that would make him sick, then yes. But, no, if he's just interested and fascinated, then that's not a...
Yeah.
After a little while, Valor standing at a similar angle, looking over the edge. First time on a boat.
First time on a moving boat.
Yeah, right.
It's true. I
Wait,
was on
has
a
Oryx
boat.
been on a
briefly.
boat? I think Oryx has been on a boat.
Am I the only one who's
Nope.
been on a boat?
Oryx would not have been on a boat.
I'm sorry. Some of us lived underground for most of our life where boats aren't a thing.
No, that's fair.
Come
Come on,
That-
Faye.
that-
Tell me you've been on a boat, Faye.
Did you just imply that there isn't an Underlake?
She doesn't live in the Underdark. She lived in caves under a specific mountain under specific ruling. It was like
All roads lead
small-
to the Underdark, Sarah.
there wasn't
There
that
was
here.
no
It was
road
like
to the Underdark.
You know,
Yeah.
The Underdark.
nobody is as zealous as a convert, you Raven Queen worshipping freak.
Raven doesn't have anything to do with the Underdark. I love the Underdark. I
That's
love
just
it.
a side
I
hustle.
hate it and want to
Nice.
go nowhere near it.
Myconids
Which-
are my favorite shit ever. They're dope.
I do
They
love
are.
They
Myconids.
got cool little fucking communes where they just get high all day and try to understand the meaning of existence. It's dope.
Weren't
as
they
fuck.
originally not like their original introduction had nothing to do with the Underdark? I thought.
I
They
think
live in the
so.
Underdark. They wither in the sun. They die in the sun.
But I'm saying the first adventure they were introduced in, I don't even think the Underdark was a thing when they were introduced.
Yeah, that's probably true.
I think that's correct.
They now live in the Underdark. They have a big city there. It's dope as fuck.
Yeah, you bunch of land lovers.
I also love Duergar. Are dope. I mean, they're shitty. They're also dope.
I love deep gnomes.
Svirfneblin.
Svirfneblin. I love that they literally their entire main city, Blingdenstone, is comprised of tunnels and shit that are all filled with traps that only the gnomes know how to not set off.
Kick ass.
It's dope as fuck. One entire quadrant of their city is made so that if it gets breached, they can just flood it.
Anyway, back on the boat.
Faye has not been on a boat. She's probably quite sick.
Okay. In that case, so you can also, if there's nothing else special happening, you can all return to Waterdeep via the sea. Let me just Let me just show the handout for Valor's sake, because yeah, big ol' interactive map again. Here we are again, folks.
I love that.
I'm gonna guess that as we're pulling in, Valor cannot recall having ever seen a city this big.
Yes.
Many people.
Yes. Okay. All right.
Holy shit. This
Oh,
map.
hey,
Yeah,
Razik,
Waterdeep
Yeah.
is
do-
enormous.
Yeah. This city is leagues bigger than Daggerford and is densely populated with all types of humanoids and even beasts. Many Valor has had zero exposure to, and many languages that Valor has never heard before as well.
Mhm.
What would you like to do, folks?
I was gonna
Razik
ask
sort of
Razik if
scratches his
he-
head and tries to remember if he knows where Decker lives.
That's what I was gonna ask.
He doesn't because he never asked.
Right. So upon realizing that, he is going to look around for the closest sort of rodent.
Okay. Yeah? Alright, you can
And-
find a rat.
Cast Animal Messenger,
Okay.
right? And explain Decker, and then just say, "Hi, we're here." That's the message, right? Because as soon as the rat takes off, Razik's taken off after the rat.
Okay.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, why don't you give me a survival check? I don't think you'll need advantage, but I'm gonna give it to you because I think this is a very good idea. Actually, you know what? Instead, take inspiration for that and just roll flat for this.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You can follow this rat. It becomes very difficult because it is a rat in a city. And because of that, it takes a while, not to mention the fact you guys are clearing the dock ward. And it becomes apparent as you're traveling north continually, very far. You're like on the main road and you keep passing this cavalcade of intense, bright buildings and banners and all these things that become more and more, what's the word, opulent as you go. You are moving from the docks through the trades ward, past the castle ward, the most glorious sight that you have yet beheld in the city, into the north ward, which is all these beautiful mansions and manor homes, and then you make it to the outer wall, to the field ward, where there
Oh, hey.
is
I've been here before.
yeah,
This
where
place
it
sucks.
is. Yeah, it sucks.
They really do.
Yeah. There are people sick in the streets. There are substantially fewer kobolds here now. Many goblinoids who are working, who reside here but work within the city. And you are taken to what can be attributed as an apartment complex that is in, foul repair as everything is. And the rat climbs up one of the sides of the building and through an alley up to a window and disappeared.
Zero will probably follow as a raven, unless
Yeah?
she can't get in the window.
I will also fly up.
Oh.
To a window, just waving.
Yeah, so this rat makes it up to the window first, and you see the window open, and then the raven appears there, and Oryx floats up shortly after.
And then an owl appears there.
And Decker begins to reel back from the window. She's in shit condition. Not only does she look like as was stated, she probably has not slept in days.
Right.
She has teeth and claw marks all over like both sides of her body, and
Are they boy-sized?
they are not. They are substantially larger. And they're like deep wounds that she's clearly been treating and taking care of, but has limited resources in this place, particularly because as it was, I don't think she's been hiding here. She's not been going to Falconmere.
Right.
And she's just lots of new things happening. Oryx, can you get it? Do you think you can fit through the window? I don't. One moment. And she leaves that room, and a little while later, the front door of the apartment building is opened on the street for everyone else. And she says, "This might be better. What are you guys doing here?"
Can I fit through the window? Because
You
if I
probably could.
then I will squeeze my way through the window.
We were
Zero
concerned.
will hop out of the way before Oryx does that, so she doesn't get crushed.
I personally have business in the city, but apparently we're just going on a wild chase hunting a rat. I'm going to meander my way into the apartment.
Okay, so she takes you up a couple of flights of stairs, and again, this place is it's the bad it's bad apartments. That's all I need to really say about it. It's bad apartments. To a very small studio space, like there's just like essentially 2 rooms. That is Oryx and Zero. When you're in, you get a better eye of it. There is plenty of space for both pigeons and rats to be nesting here, as well as like a fold-out cot that has like 3 blankets on it, where there is Sprite Pepsi sitting with his own blanket, curled up. He's awake and just he's got a big old mug in his hands, and he's sipping some tea, and he says, "Oh, hi guys, how's it going?"
Zero's gonna take advantage of that nesting space if there's any free space.
Yeah, sure.
Is it comfy?
For a bird, yeah.
Huh. This is oddly nice. I say out loud.
Right. Oh, that bird talks. Is that like one of the other birds, Decker? As Decker walks into the, lets everyone else into the apartment. There's a couple of pieces of, it looks like the furniture you find on the corner when people are trying to get rid of their furniture without trying to sell it.
Stop describing my apartment right here. Jesus.
Decker just goes around and starts kicking some garbage out of the way and says, obviously was not expecting company. Get comfortable, I guess.
I'm going to wordlessly start cleaning.
Okay, that's all right. And she she lets herself fall onto the cot next to Sprite Pepsi, and just the force of her weight next to him almost throws him off the bed, but she catches him.
Valor will go, kneel down next to Sprite Pepsi, holding the arms out mechanically and say, "A hug is customary." You said so.
He sees you and immediately throws the cup, and it shatters on the floor, and he runs over to give you a hug.
Are you well?
I'm pretty good. There's been some. No, I'm fine. Decker's taking real good care of me. There's been some weird things, and then there is the sound of a rip, fabric tearing, and the sound of vacuum space pulling air. Oh, there it is, and a dark circle pulls its rends itself into the ground, and a frothing, horrible gremlin beast with no head, just this giant gaping toothy maw and 6 tiny arms. It's maybe 4 feet tall, crawls its way, starts gnashing its teeth out of the ground. Decker sits up and grabs her staff and smashes it into the thing, and as the crook of her staff hooks into the to the creature, it rends through the hole through the monster and pulls some of its spectral force out with it, and then the thing kind of just collapses and twitches a little bit, stops moving. She smacks it a couple more times and it dies. She's like, it's been my entire week.
Yeah, it seems like it. Is this his doing?
Oh, I'm not doing that on purpose.
Deca, I thought you said you weren't expecting company.
Hi, Razik.
Would you like me to kill the next one?
Yes, please.
We have figured out that these things can't cross into a place that's been consecrated. How are they? I'm assuming you've done that. How are they getting in here?
Wait. Hold on. She sits up and pushes her hair back and just says, "You think this place is consecrated?"
A foible.
I mean, I sort of assumed you knew that also and would have done that instead of fighting them off for a week.
Oh yeah, where's the priest I hired? What happened to him?
She's back at Falconmere. So I brought the kid to Jareth, and she said that in her mind, the best way to get rid of the connection was to just kill the kid. And then she and the priest got into a real big fight about it. And then Jareth said she had to go and talk to Lariel. And so she vanished. So she's been out of the temple for a long time, and the priest has been yelling my ear off and insisting to take the kid back to Daggerford. It was more of a I brought him here because it was Jareth doesn't know where he is now, and that's technically better at this point. For him, anyway.
Sorry. Did she mean kill him permanently?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what that means.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I thought maybe.
Well, when you die and are resurrected, do you think all of your bonds are immediately severed, or do you think the people who want your soul or whatever kind of get the sense that they didn't actually get what they were paying for if you die and try to get out of that one?
That's a good point. I didn't really think about it that way.
I kind of assumed, yeah.
Okay, so...
Yeah, when I died, I could still feel the other kobolds, so...
You mentioned Valerial?
Oh, you died?
Yeah.
Wait, you died?
It was dope.
Ah, we killed an ancient dragon.
Holy shit.
It was green.
Razik holds up his shield.
Oh my god. Damn.
I was critically injured.
I bet.
Yeah, I'm sorry you were babysitting instead of that. That's our bad.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Because the kid didn't die, I guess.
Yes, you did well. You protected the kid.
Boy, brother.
Yes.
That's what I was supposed to do, so... I mean, he's not really been... Why, he's not really been a problem. I mean, except for the occasional small thing coming out to try to, eat me. It's been, and again, pretty easily handled. It's been fine.
Why
Yeah.
not take him to a temple again so that these things can't cross through?
Because apparently I've already got 2 churches breathing down my neck about him, and the last thing I wanted was a third.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Good.
If you
Yeah,
take him
no,
to a
good
third
reason.
one, yeah, they might just also want him dead. Hey, actually, that gives me an idea. Have you asked him what his god, Zira goes to do finger quotes, but she can't, so she just kind of raises her wings. Has been telling him to do, because I assumed we eliminated all of their goals in Daggerford.
Her right arm pulls itself a little from its side, from her side, and lightly taps Sprite Pepsi. Tell him the good news. Oh, I've not really heard pretty much anything for a while. We were talking a lot about it. Yeah, we kind of came to an understanding about what was kind of happening. I haven't heard anything pretty much since I was, since the boats, since being on a boat.
So, you told him to? You gave him the...
Well, I didn't, like, I didn't say, like, get out of my head or anything crazy like that, but I just kind of stopped listening, and then they stopped being so loud.
Huh. And Zira now talking to Decker, did you tell him what was actually going down?
In a manner of speaking, we talked a bit about, people lying and gods being able to lie, and things that our gods don't typically send demons, right? And it's Sprite Pepsi's nodding. And
Right.
demons can be identified by these specific traits. Yep. Things that want to eat people typically are not sent by celestial good beings. Typically.
Okay, well,
We've had a
then
lot of time to think about it.
Does anybody here know anything about consecrating in a space?
I mean,
Zero looks between Pete and Oryx.
I might be able to.
Then let's do that. Get this poor person their sleep. And,
Boy Prophet, have you met the boy preacher?
I think we were mildly acquainted, right? I think.
You will get along well.
We met on that. We met on the day before you went and talked to people.
I mean, if you want to bless this place, that's fine, but, I don't know of many gods that would be terribly interested in, my garbage pit that I live in. And she looks vaguely proudly at the, space that like, the room around her.
Oh, don't worry. Lathander won't judge you for your lack of decorum.
as the room is already like a quarter clean, as Faye has been mostly tuned out of this conversation cleaning it.
You said Lathander?
Yeah.
She looks like she is struggling with this.
oh
Well-
yeah, that's right. That's the guy from the... Wait, hey, didn't he want to save the kid? It's just he was being kind of prissy about taking him back to Daggerford. Right? Was that the issue?
Yeah, I think she just wanted him in their church's custody, thinking it was like their problem, they could solve it. Listen, there's a reason why there's a reason why I just bailed. Like, it got too complicated and too weird, and the kid was still very much being talked about as if he weren't around. I'm sorry, doing it against Sprite Pepsi. I'm sorry, but like, you know, talking about killing him, like, while he's right there, it was upsetting to me, even.
Yeah, just strange that the other priest of Lathander didn't, like, help you when you are not into killing the child. It just screams to be someone who can't be trusted as well.
Sorry.
Not to say the god Lathander, but the priest in particular.
Sorry,
I
the
need my
priest.
fucking money
The,
back.
the priest was not on board with killing the child. That was the source of conflict.
Yes.
Yes, but
Yeah.
he didn't help because he was being an asshole about wanting to take him back to Daggerford.
No. You misunderstand. This is why. Yes? This is why they wanted to take him back to Daggerford. So that
Oh my god. All right. Sorry. And she leans forward and rubs her head and just says, The priestess wanted him back to Daggerford because she thought she'd be able to handle it a little bit better if she had her high priests and everybody else, like within her own congregation and all that good shit, to help her out. Jareth didn't want the kid out of her sight. Jareth also doesn't want to leave Falconmere, which I can't really blame her for. Jareth also definitely just wanted the kid dead. And that didn't sit very well with the priestess, and so like they were fighting a lot, and then of course, you know, there's a very real possibility that Janeth could just like kill the priestess and then just do whatever she wanted really in that instance, but instead, you know, did the smart thing and went to go talk to the open lord, and since then I was hearing for like half a day nonstop from the priest, and that was just getting on my nerves, and that's when I just grabbed the kid and bailed.
So the priest from Daggerford is still in Waterdeep?
I think probably. I haven't left this house since, so.
Are these demonic creatures showing up here with the same frequency?
Been on and off. I don't. Sprite Pepsi knows when they're coming, but doesn't know like how to turn it on or off.
Yes, my hope is that, much like the voices that Sprite Pepsi has said he does not hear anymore after ignoring them, that perhaps these appearances will begin to wane. And then eventually, whoever is sending them will just lose interest entirely.
That would be very nice.
In any event, even consecrating this ground is just a temporary solution. It is untenable for him to stay here. There would have to be a force here to look after him. If we ought to keep the boy alive, I think we must find more proper consecrated ground. Pete, you are familiar with Church to Lathander here in Waterdeep?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
You are familiar with Church to Lathander here in Waterdeep?
Oh, yeah, no, I worked with them before I joined you guys.
It may be best to place him there under the care of those priests.
He would still be in danger from Jenth, wouldn't he?
Well, I will go talk to Jareth and find that out.
Are you sure about that, Raz?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. If you're gonna go try to track her down, then I'm gonna come with you just because, well, I'd feel really fucking bad if you got, like, fried or something because you were trying to do that.
No, I understand.
Is it smart to interact with her right now?
I don't know.
It sounds like she's being pretty volatile.
Smart or not, it's what's required.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I need to try to send word and pull strings to talk to someone important about the decanter problem because it is not going away, and what the Duke told us is dire. If this was a distraction, I don't want to know what the fuck is going on that needed to be distracted from with something this bad. So,
Yeah, or the resources that are going into the real thing when, you know, they invaded a whole city as a distraction.
I'm going to start working on that immediately.
Well, the hidden venom was already in that forest, or is that a different forest? He was in the Misty Forest.
Same forest.
Same forest.
Yeah. So that doesn't seem like a huge resource diversion.
No, it wasn't. That's what's frightening.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't mind, Faye, I'll go with you.
I do not mind. I need the crowns, the surslets.
I'll hand over the one I've got.
They are evidence.
You should have the other one from Lork. I think we had it in the bag that we gave back.
Are my services needed either with you, Razik, or with you, Faye?
I think we will be fine.
You are welcome to attend, provided you don't, well, you know how to conduct yourself in proper society.
Yeah. What?
Then you're welcome to come.
Faye, where are you thinking you're going?
Is that an out-of-character question?
No, that's Decker asking.
Me, I need to... Well, first I need to meet with my employee, and then I need to make a plan as to where I need to go, but I haven't had time or energy to do that yet. I need to talk to presumably a lot of people to even get this heard in any credible way. I'm going to sound like a fucking crazy person if I just start asking to talk to the High Lord or something about this, even though that's probably what actually needs to be done. And I don't have a clear means to anyone important right now until the captain gets into town, and that could be days. So I need to do something. I don't care what it is.
Decker just rubs her nose and says, "You could ask."
Ask?
Yeah.
Who?
She gives like a kind of sarcastic smile and jerks her thumb like at herself.
Sorry. What?
Yeah, you could ask me.
Okay. You got any ideas?
Yeah. You want to talk to Lariel?
Yeah.
All right. You want to go now?
I look at my compatriots.
You can just walk in to talk to her.
Yeah.
Zira cocks her head and says, "Are you? No, wait. Is this some kind of like double entendre sort of thing? As in, you're in disguise. I don't get what's going on here.
I don't
Are you
think
just
you
gonna?
should look a gift horse in the mouth, Zero.
Yep. Nope.
Yes,
That's
absolutely. Yes,
a
this is
fair
yes.
point. Zero will come off of the nesting little bed and hop on Faye's shoulder. All right.
You might want to be a person when we show up.
I will stay here with the boy prophet, where it is safe.
Oh, right, person. Zero pops back, becomes a person again, presumably away from Faye.
Oh shit, cool.
She can become a bird now, sometimes.
Yeah, that's new. Sorry, I didn't.
I mean, plenty of people can become birds.
Yeah, I thought you'd recognize the obnoxious voice from a mile away.
No, I did. It was more of the, I didn't think it was like you in it.
Oh, right, you just thought it was the... Right, gotcha.
Yeah, just thought it was a bird. Or I thought you may have been cursed, which would have been pretty funny, I'm gonna be honest.
No, that would be... It would be very ironic, yes.
Yeah, no, actually, that actually would have been... I think I would have liked you more if I'd found out that you'd just been cursed to look like a bird.
Oh. Man, I should really lean into some sort of trickery or, like, levity
This is really
like
not the
that.
time for this chain of thought.
Right?
Zero.
Okay. Hi, open Lord, let's go. Right? That's where we're going, right?
Yeah, sure, give me 1 second. And she pulls herself up and goes into the other room where there's like some sort of kitchen. You can hear her rattling around a little bit. And she comes back out. She's got something in her mouth. All right, let's go. And takes you guys back through the field ward and south towards the castle.
I assume since they're not bringing SP along, I'm probably staying back with SP.
You know, I think I'm going to have them all come with you. I think
Okay.
Decker might even make a point of saying, like, he's safer with all of you guys more than he is just
Gotcha.
safe in that place with you exclusively.
Right.
I feel like he can also corroborate a bit of what we're saying went on in.
That's fair. I will carry the boy prophet on my shoulder.
Okay. Awesome.
So
I
they
will
can be up high and look
prestidigitate.
around.
I will clean myself off of any sort of camping dirt and grime. Straighten out my hat and probably do the same to Faye if she doesn't have access to that.
Oh yeah, I've got a fucking magical dust devil, for sure.
Great.
I am definitely going to be cleaning up some of my other party members if they will let me as well.
Decker's like in a couple days old clothes, tank top and all, and she's just grabbing a like one of her cloaks from off the floor and walking out.
Do you mind?
What?
Do you mind? I can.
Gift horse Faye.
She is staring at you, waiting to understand what you were trying to say.
I can clean you if you want.
Okay.
All right, I'm just gonna give her a once over.
Cool.
Razak leans into Decker and does a. I think she means well.
She looks down at like her good arm, which is still scratched up and bandaged, and is like, and in Druidic is like, it's fine, I get it, and leads you guys to the castle, which is the high point of the city. It's an uphill walk everywhere you go to get to the gleaming castle that is incredibly well guarded and fortified, and with Decker in the lead, nobody stops you and nobody questions. your appearance. Not even those who would expect second glances are receiving them. As you guys make it all the way to the top of to the hill, and are brought through the walls where there is tapestries and paintings and plush fabrics, like in opulence and brightness and vivid color like you've never seen before. Stained glass windows that let in so much natural light that is just a rainbow across the floors. And Decker tells all of you to wait a moment as she goes and finds someone who is to talk to, specifically to direct you to the audience hall, where you wait outside for just a moment before someone else is forcibly removed and told that they will be seen shortly. Then you are all escorted inside, where you see two figures, along with many guards, like so many more well-suited and uniformed combatant knights than in Daggerford, all wearing the colors of the two crescent moons, well, one reflected in the lake or in the ocean. And the two figures are Jareth, the very tall, long-haired woman who physically glows. She is standing. Well, she's actually sitting a ways off from the opposite side of this room. She is blank. She has a blank expression. She is just sitting with her hands clasped in her lap and waiting. And then there is Lariel Silverhand, who is this older woman who has white hair down to her shoulder. Oh, there's another person here too, I forgot. White hair down to her shoulders, and a very serious expression, but smiling, bright eyes, and wearing long, vibrant robes that are all cut at the shoulder so that her delicate arms are exposed. She has very long nails and holds a scepter of power, and then there is a small circlet at her brow. Don't worry, it's not what you think when I just said circlet and made you all panic a little bit. And then beside her is the Black Staff, a woman with dark skin and thick hair, and a very tall black scepter with sharp ends and a stone at its top. And you are bidden approach, and Decker just casually waves to everybody as she passes, and nods to everyone and says, all right, hi, sorry everybody, it sounded like you guys were in the middle of something. Apparently there's like a thing that I don't really understand that's like super important that you had to hear about right now, calling in that favor. And Lariel just nods and looks at the rest of you and says, all right, if there is something so dire that Ida Calrook is asking that her favor be paid, then there is something significant indeed. Who are all of you?
I look to Oryx to speak first.
I'm Radhic.
Okay.
I am Valor.
Decker goes to put an arm around Razik and falls through the illusion.
Oh, I love this so much. Already up to a great start, guys.
We're brought before some of the most important people in all of Waterdeep.
Arguably in all of the fucking Sword Coast. Oh boy.
Great.
Who's gonna do it?
Oryx will step forward. I'm Oryx. Platinum Centurion, well, actually, she will then stop and immediately look at Faye.
Fela Garrick of the newly formed House Garrick.
And I am Zira Dalmer. She bows.
Botana's Invent, the Dawnbringer, but you can just call me Pete. Everybody does.
Right, Pepsi. And what business have you here that is so urgent that Ida calls her favor in?
I love the amount of weight that she's putting on that. Sorry, can I just step outside of this to say? I'm so fucking curious. What the fuck? Why is he so important? Okay, sorry. Again, I looked to Oryx to speak.
Over the past several months, we have begun... I don't know how to... and I will switch to Draconic. Do you speak Draconic? This is just so much easier for me.
Vahara, the wizard, puts her hand against to the shoulder of the Lord, and then when she speaks with the you all hear her in your own native language, and she says, "Continue."
Over the last several months, we have begun dismantling an organization working for a beholder who fancies himself Lord Decanter. His laboratory, his headquarters, I suppose, is in the Fallen Lands. The ruins, I think, of a wizard's tower or some other place of power that is very warded, magically and otherwise. These my companions have sort of fallen into this, as far as I know. The Centurions were fighting. Centurions worked to free enslaved peoples, and that's how they found me. The dragon Astraxel Thaldalon was working with this Decanter, and that was the dragon my tribe served. Decanter is out there breeding an army. He has several dragons under his sway still, although another one less now. His reach extends very far, even here to Waterdeep. There was a hag somewhere far below the city, I can't tell you where exactly, who was his agent here. The dragon Korlax was his agent in the Misty Forest and responsible for the atrocities against the Dragonborn people in Zix.
I am going to hold up one circlet at a time as he lists off the she lists off the leaders, and move them to another arm meaningfully, even though we have not explained their significance yet.
Showmanship.
He was responsible for the kidnapping and deposing of the Duke of Daggerford, replacing her with an imposter. He was responsible for the Knoll attack on Lork. And yet, for all of these things, apparently the actions that we have actually seen are simply diversionary. In Daggerford, he maintained communication through his fake Duke with the Demon Lord, and he looks at, or Oryx looks over at Faye for confirmation of the name, or at Zero, excuse me, for confirmation of the name, Raz?
Yes. Grats.
Oh, no. No, that wasn't it at all.
What was it then?
Oh,
The name
Zim.
What?
Zim was the guy who, that was the sound that I kept hearing often. Once we figured out everything, yeah, not Grazed. That was just something I had to write down.
Oh.
Oh. Huh.
Okay. That's on us. We took that out of context. That's
Well,
a TED comment.
Out of character, what that probably means is that that's a underling
Yeah.
of Grast, who then was communicating missives for him.
Which makes sense given that Francesca as a succubus is probably also has a good chance
There's a
of being tied to
hierarchy to these
Grast.
things.
Yeah. Anyway.
So he just kicks his legs and smiles.
This poor boy.
I know.
How did he get mixed up in this?
Valor just holds him up, like, higher.
We have found these circlets in several of the places I've mentioned. One in Lork, one in Zix, and one in Daggerford.
Each in the innermost sanctum of the ringleaders of the operations there, who we killed.
Were we to go to the abode of the hag that we dealt with here in Waterdeep, I have no doubts we would find one there.
We were unable to investigate at the time, as we had set off a cloud kill trap in her house.
Okay, out of character, I had been subtly avoiding admitting to being the ones that went down into her house and murdered her. And
oh well.
We came here to check we are here now in front of you because, frankly, as much as we've done, I feel like there is a far bigger picture that we can't quite see yet. And while there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of us, 6 of us, as she puts a finger back down for Sprite Pepsi. They're simply... Yes, she 100% counted out loud on her fingers. This is something that needs to be known. Parks looks around at everyone like, help.
Additionally, if I may, we do have intelligence. Research procured that there are a few other allies still out there on the loose, being the Beastmaster, I believe.
Beast Lord.
Beast Lord, right. And Illithid, who was responsible for weird inventions, biological apparently, and also a lichen in the Trollbark Forest. Tribe of them, I believe. It's just concerning, being that so many friends in high places, and all of them seem to be distracting from something. It's unnerving.
We have been spending months dismantling operations that could be potentially dangerous to entire towns and cities from the ground up as 6 of us. And we are quickly realizing that as much progress as we've made to stop these operations, in the grand scope of things, we could just be a drop in the bucket.
That you
There
suppose is his ultimate end.
We can't definitively say yet. He is secretive, he is private, he communicates only through proxy. I gesture to the crowns again.
He has also intimated that even though we have slain many of these intermediaries, that their service may not be done.
These Surslits, the reason she speaks this way is because these Surslits are a direct line of communication with him. I don't think we mentioned that. As additional evidence towards these ends and other dealings, we have the testimony of Sprite Pepsi, who was possessed.
It was absolutely possessed by a demon lord. And I'm only just getting out of that one now.
He side eyes Jareth, who's a little ways off.
It's been better and it's been worse.
And I have incomplete arcane information for a rite that was supposed to occur in Daggerford that we interrupted the process of, apparently some days from completion.
The mage holds out her hand for you two.
Alright, I produce a neat stack of papers, which now have my notes in the margins, and pass them over.
They are lifted from your hands and brought to her.
Style.
She's examining them.
Mage hand, because walking is for suckers.
Telekinesis, because mage hand is for losers.
For losers.
For peasants.
Yeah.
Think she's some common hussy?
Yeah, right?
Level 20 wizard with spell slots to burn.
I was gonna say, if you want to waste spell slots picking up a piece of paper,
I mean, it's one of those things you just kind of have active, you know? As long as you've got it, might as well use it. Okay. She begins looking over them and she speaks very quietly to Lariel, who nods and says,
All right, I have a understanding of your intentions, and I sympathize with your position, and in fact, as close as some of these events have been occurring, I have reason to understand that if not Waterdeep itself, nearby there ought to be some sort of event, or else whatever it is that perhaps you all are being distracted from is far away from here. It is either, I see no way that it could possibly be any other way, that either you are being held and captivated nearby in these locations that you've seen. I can see no way that it is either for... It can either be for some cataclysmic event of some unknown nature, either taking place here, perhaps even in Neverwinter, farther north, or else so far south and east that you have been in entirely the wrong direction.
We value your insight. You have proven to be an ally to our cause already, although you may have been unaware of this, as you sent a force of 100 men to help us retake Zix and kill Coralaxionars, which we did with zeal. We appreciate this help.
Cause is of great concern to me. How is it that I might be able to aid you? What sort of assistance do you seek from Waterdeep?
I look at the others and see if they have any fucking ideas.
If I may put something out there, primarily, we are in kind of predicament with Sprite Pepsi. It's kind of out of our breath to sever whatever bond is plaguing the boy, and unfortunately, we have found no sympathy with people who are unable to do so. Your insight on that would be grand. Secondarily, we have reason to believe that the Zentarum are an asset to Decanter, or at least he's paying them to use their roads unaccosted. So if you can flex your muscles in that direction and crack down on that, that might prove to be useful. Also, it's worth mentioning that the distraction was the event at Zix. We dealt with the fake Duke, the imposter, in Daggerford first, and as Phala recalled, the ritual was days or weeks from being completed, and if we had waited and gone to rid Zix of the dragon and the Yuan-Ti forces, we might not have been there in time. So maybe the cataclysmic event could be some sort of ritual. I'm not sure because, again, we personally are not familiar with the nature of what it would be summoning, but intelligence would be powerful for us. If you could give us any sort of insight to that, any sort of...
We lack the tools. Sorry, let me back up. We are mighty in a broad sense. We are efficient at what we do when we set out to do it, but we lack the tools towards greater context. We lack the tools to move quickly from place to place. We lack the tools to scry information, to glean things that would be unseen, and we generally lack greater education or knowledge of the forces that we are trifling with. We are a powerful tool, but without context, we are flailing. Without means to travel, we are flailing. We are powerful, but undirected. We need direction.
You prefer your investigations as to the direction of the wrath of this decanter you mentioned begin in Waterdeep, or would you prefer to head to the east?
I think we should go back to the Great Peaks. I am now addressing my compatriots. Thoughts?
I'm inclined to agree, only because our attention has been focused so closely in this general area that they might be right, we might be missing something to the east.
We need to dispatch the werewolves in Trollbark Forest, if nothing else, and then perhaps make our final move to investigate and then try to siege Decanter's Keep. This is another issue we've come across. I address the Open Lord again. Decanter's stronghold is warded with magics that we are not confident we will be able to do anything about before we are otherwise dealt with or eliminated.
Her gaze turns to Jareth, who is just looking ahead, opposite. She is not looking towards Lariel at all, and is not looking at you. She is just listening. And Lariel says, If Ida Calarook has asked for your audience, and if she deems your cause so substantial, then we shall accommodate however travel you find necessary. We can discuss means of scrying, as you mentioned. There will be limits to the offers that I will be able to extend to you, as I will need to confer as well with the Masked Lords. But your plea is not falling on deaf ears, and the protection of my kingdom and my alliances is significant in my decision. If perhaps it is the case that you are being directed away from a true threat, rather than being led to one that shall so possibly dangerously harm Waterdeep, then there will be limit to how much assistance I can offer you. However, if all that you say is true, and it happens that this decanter make plans to move on Waterdeep, there will be no limit to the assistance I will be extending to you and your allies.
This response is generous and benevolent and wise. We greatly appreciate it.
A question.
She
What
looks to you.
of the boy?
That is a discussion that Jareth and I have yet to finish having. And she looks again towards Jareth, who's sitting still as well.
Is that the one? Which one suggested killing that we heard?
Jareth.
That's
Jareth.
the one.
Yeah, Valor's head pivots. I believe the suggestion was made, and like the light behind Valor's eyes flickers for a second.
Razik puts his hand on Valor's chest.
Indeed. Do you intend to kill him?
I wish to explore other avenues. However, what Jareth has been able to express to me, the danger that this child poses. The unfortunate truth is that he does pose a threat to this kingdom, his mere existence. Not only his existence, but particularly his presence here.
Well, that may in fact be the case, but as I see it, ending his existence also creates a threat to the kingdom. For you see, Sprite Pepsi here, he has knowledge and he has information that even he is not aware of due to his possession. Only now is his mind becoming clear enough to share that information with us. If we were to end his life now, we might be safe in the short term, but we might also lose the missing piece to the puzzle that points us to the bigger threat. Now, Sprite Pepsi is just a child. A child, when we found him, was alone in the world, quite literally living in a box in Lork. Being alone in this world is quite difficult, particularly when you are a child. If you let that child grow without making any connections, it's very difficult. If you let that go for too long, it becomes very difficult for that child to truly connect to anyone. Sprite Pepsi here has worked very hard to reach out and to start connecting to people, to connect to the people you see before you here. It would be a terrible mistake to end his life while he is making such effort, and he can help us protect Waterdeep and perhaps even beyond.
As you say that, Razik, Decker reaches out to find you and eventually does and puts her arm around you. And Lariel nods in understanding and says,
It is not within first impulse to harm a child. And we will be working very hard, and she directs this towards Jareth, to accommodate for this life that is sacred because it has sought refuge within our walls.
and Jareth continues to not to look away.
I think reflexively, like, Valor's slowly been, like, kind of sheltering one hand around Sprite Pepsi. And Valor, like, the head swivels over to the corner and then back up to her. I require a vow.
Lot is much to ask of me.
Perhaps. My name is Valor. I was created. Like, Valor, like, pauses, like, head kind of tilts down towards the floor, looks at Sprite Pepsi, looks back up. I will not leave this child with you. Unless you can make a vow.
As the face of the Holy Order, as the open and only known Lord of Waterdeep, if this child is within my walls, he shall not perish.
Valor's head swivels over to the other one sitting in the corner. And this applies for them as well.
She turns her head and she is Valor, you've not met her, I don't think. No, you've not. She is factually her brow is glowing. She has a radiant light coming off of her.
Mm-hmm.
And she says very simply, "Far be it from me to disagree with my cousin."
I think Valor slowly nods and then begins to, like, set Sprite Pepsi down gently and looks back up at her and says, I will take your vow then. But if we return, and the boy has been harmed for no reason, or if you have not kept your vow, there's a long pause. Like, one of Valor's hands, like, reflexively, like, reaches up, like to grab the hammer, and then stops halfway, almost like mechanically, like, goes back to resting. You will see for what I was made.
The black staff steps forward a little and says, "Make no threat to the Lord for your own safety.
It is not
if
a
you
threat.
Would, I promise you, creature, that no threat of yours holds any weight within these walls. Now, if you would, perhaps this child could come with me. With your permission, I could explore some paths by which we may be able to free him of his bond."
I'll glance down and wait for, like, Sprite Pepsi's response. Valor's making it clear that they're not going to talk for Sprite Pepsi anymore. It's kind of on him now.
He's looking at everybody else.
If you're gonna go with someone, that's the person who knows what's up, so probably the most qualified person in here to deal with it.
Probably the most qualified person on the coast.
Yeah.
Razik kneels down and says to Sprite Pepsi, well, I think by now you know that you have been sick, yes?
Yeah.
Well, it was our hope that we would have the right medicine to help get you better. But that is not the case. These people here, though, they have much better medicine than we do. And if you go with them, hopefully they will be able to do what we could not. But in any event, we will come back for you. Now,
he goes to try to hug you and falls through your illusion.
I pick him up and say, well, it's time to make a choice, Brad Pepsi.
Okay. I can do it.
Very well, then.
You must continue to be a hero, Sprite Pepsi. You have fought well so far. You must continue to do so. Though it may be unpleasant, and though it may hurt.
A lot the past few days. I think I'll be okay.
Yeah, I think at that, like, the color of like the light coming from Valor was like getting darker and darker, like closer to violet, and immediately just pings back up to the bright blue that's normal. Like you see a little bit of tension ease out of Valor's shoulders.
I imagine you then see a lot of tension ease out of everybody's shoulders.
Oh, good. I don't have to power word kill anyone right now. Decker ruffles Sprite Pepsi's hair and then lightly pushes his head in the direction of Vahara, and he very, very slowly, like with frequent looks back at everybody else, walks up to the dais and goes to stand beside her.
I'm gonna stop him before he gets too far.
Okay.
This Oryx will pull the only trinket she really has other than her books, which is the Dracolic Talon. And she will hold it out for him to take.
Okay, that is as big as he is.
I mean, it's something small enough that I've been able to carry it, so...
I mean, yeah, but you're strong. It's a talon of a Dracolic.
I just figured it was a piece.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah,
Valor...
Valor...
I've been carrying it inside my armor. What have I been doing?
I like where Valor's going with this.
Yeah, Valor takes note, actually, and then, like, steps forward, kneels, and, like, holds out the music box. To try to give the Sprite Pepsi.
He takes all these things. I don't really have pockets, and then turns back towards the dais and walks away.
Something to remember us by. We will be back.
Okay.
In response to him saying that he doesn't have pockets, I take a unused, like an emptied out, fucking gnome-sized backpack out of my handy haversack and fucking slide it across the floor to him.
Have fun at your first day of school, kid.
Yeah, you can see the Blackstaff like get a little bit cross at this, like at this taking like way too long.
Whenever you need to be strong, play the song. It is very good.
Zero will bow her head once more before addressing the Open Lord. And is there any way that we can contact you or you get into contact with us if anything unfolds about this matter?
Zero, if he has access to the Blackstaff of Waterdeep, yes, I can get in contact with us.
Yes, but I mean in like a less intrusive way that doesn't involve somebody sacrificing a favor for us.
She looks at Decker and just says, Ida, and Decker nods. I got it.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Before we leave, I think Valor, for the first time, like, bows, essentially, except it doesn't It's not like kneels down. It's like bows at the waist and head almost reaches the ground.
Just a pivot.
And like the head pivots up for a second and then pivots back down and says, "Thank you. Your vow is appreciated. You are one of honor."
Any last minute anythings?
I would like to codify how we are going to reach out for help when the time comes. Is that going to be through Decker? Because we do actually need someone of like a considerable magical talent to try to locate a hag for us, who we have no fucking clue where she is.
Yeah, you can.
Like some other targets.
Yeah, if you specify what you need, just tell Decker and she will get that to you.
Okay. Great.
Time will end up being a factor, but that would be a factor regardless.
Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay, it was nice to meet everybody. Jareth, you and I should have a conversation before I leave Waterdeep.
She looks at you and waits for you to continue having that conversation right now.
Fair enough.
We are crushing this.
I understand you are not happy with the course of events. I want to make it clear that should you be looking for a focus for that displeasure, that you can focus that displeasure on me. I'm the one who requested that Decker bring the boy, or look after the boy. I'm the one who has pled with everyone here that his life be spared. But just know that this is not just for the sake of a single life. I believe this is the right thing to do to keep everyone here in my tribe safe and to keep everyone at large safe. If you do not believe me that I don't have any qualms about killing someone to keep these people safe, just ask Decker what my instructions to her were when she got on the boat with Sprite Pepsi. Now, I believe you and I to be friends, and I think friends are honest with each other, even when they disagree. So just know that if you are angry, I am the one you should be angry with.
Me insight. She is not only not angry now, the whole time we have that you have been an audience, she has not been angry. Upset, no. She is confused and perturbed at her confusion. But your clarification reassures her.
Okay, then.
And then Decker gives a couple of two-finger salutes to everybody and says, "Good to see ya. Got 2 more of those in my back pocket," and leads the way out of the castle.
Swear to God, is somebody gonna ask? Because Valor's not, and it's driving me crazy.
Got some more. I would.
I'm
who
not
has
gonna
no
ask.
idea what the appropriate decorum is, right? Does the exact same thing Decker does and walks out.
Yeah.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you.
And we'll call session.
That's so fucking choice.
Yeah.
I wasn't gonna start a fight, but also
Well, I
like
knew- I knew you were gonna
was
start a
so
fight.
I was
scared.
gonna lose a fight,
Right.
maybe.
You
Yeah, I
Gonna
was gonna
maybe
say
lose the
there
fight.
was no fight with the black staff
were
of Waterdeep.
The black staff. You were
I don't know. I don't.